And the same goes for the biology. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rona Xavier, and I'm the biology lead at this EX2206. And I will also do my best to do a little bit of narration in Spanish, even though I'm not a native speaker. I am Portuguese. So I'd like to welcome also those that are joining us from Puerto Rico. Hola, buenos días a todos que nos siguen desde Puerto Rico. Estamos aquí a bordo del Okeanos Explorer en el quinto mergullo ROV de esta campaña Voyage to the Reach EX2206. Y hoy estamos mergullando justo al norte de Puerto Rico con el objetivo de encontrar el avión de Pan Am Airlines que se despegó aquí en 1952. Y esperamos, ahora estamos casi, ya se empieza a ver el fondo y vamos a empezar un conjunto de transectos con el objetivo de encontrar y caracterizar este local, considerado, claro, un Underwater Cultural Heritage Site. Es un día bastante especial y pues muy diferente de lo que estamos normalmente haciendo en busca de mirar la biología o la geología. Esto va a ser principalmente un mergullo arqueológico. Y saludos a todos que nos siguen desde Puerto Rico. Gracias.
Thank you for that.
Thank you so much for that. That is.
For those of you who Thank you.
Jim, please continue.
I just wanted to make a couple of comments as we get ready to do this. For those of you who are sure, or let's see, who I've not yet met, I've been privileged to be part of the extended family as well as the NOAA family on this for well over a decade now. And the one thing that's always exciting comes right back to one of the key statements that was made when ocean exploration was created, and that is the old phrase, to boldly go. And while some people might roll their eyes over the Star Trek analogy, the most important thing to remember is that this is exploration. And while we always have targets that we're going to be seeking, inevitably, no matter what we find something new. We learn something. And that's what exploration is all about. Sometimes it's human heritage. Sometimes it's the other aspects of the oceans. And it's a reminder that this is a vastly unexplored area that is less known than the space that surrounds us and even the surface of the moon. So when we boldly go, we do seek out new life, and we find it. We seek out evidence of our own civilization, but we also find unique and amazing things that speak to this critical part of the planet that is so important to us. In a case like this, if we do find this aircraft and touch again history, it's another reminder as well, not only for Puerto Ricans, but also for anybody else, that literally in our literal backyards, just off our own coasts, there's an amazing amount of things undiscovered, unknown, that can inform us. And that's exciting. As much as we're now in the age of the Webb telescope, and as fascinating, as wonderful as that is, I also like an opportunity like this to go into the dark depths, to explore and see what we can learn. And in this case, if we can, bring some closure to families as well as add a little bit more to the history books. Russ, thanks for the opportunity to do this, and as well to the team on board and shore. Bravo Zulu. I'm looking forward to the mission.
Wow, thank you so much. That was an excellent rundown on kind of a lot of the principles that we hold dear and kind of what keeps us exploring and keeps us looking deeper and into new areas. A couple things that I just want to say as we're getting started on this dive is we are going to treat this differently than some of our other dives that we have done and plan on doing. Since this is a sensitive area, whenever we're investigating these cultural heritage sites, we want to make sure that we're passively kind of collecting video and not disturbing the site as it is very important, both historically and just in general. That being said, we definitely are interested in some of the biological aspects that could be on this site as well. I think it gives us clues into succession and kind of how the sea takes over as anthropogenic things are added into it. So it'll be interesting to see as well what kind of creatures are using this as a habitat or kind of what's going on down there biologically. That being said, if we do find the aircraft, we will not be taking any samples. And that kind of goes to the we don't want to disturb this site. If it does end up being some rocks for Deb here, or some sort of outcropping, then we may transition into a more standard dive, depending on what we're able to investigate and what we see down there. So this dive may evolve based on what we're looking at.
But Sam, I'll add to that. We are investigating 2 different anomalies in this area. So even if we don't find something at the first one, we will continue to look at the second. And then if we can, or if we can't find something at those 2 sites, we may even move the ROV over to a 3rd site. So we do have quite a bit of exploration for these targets before we would stop calling this an underwater cultural heritage site and move into a regular dive. And I'll just mention that reading from the chat room from our fantastic onshore scientists, it looks like we had seen a hatchetfish and a squid going by. So I think there were even a few more fish that I didn't get an identification for. Joanna, maybe you had seen them swimming by.
Yes, they went by very quickly.
But while we're getting everything settled, getting the color balance, making sure that the ROV is in a safe and stable place, we might as well talk a little bit about the seafloor, which was heavily sedimented and flat.
Indeed.
Pretty flat.
As we expected,
yeah,
from the backscatter data. Actually, we can see from the D2 camera, or camera 2, the view from the Sirius, that there's actually quite a lot of marine snow in the area and a lot of zooplankton in this area, which was to be expected since we're relatively close to shore. So usually waters closer to shore are highly productive, and we will see a lot of both phytoplankton and zooplankton, part of which will reach the seafloor then and feed all of the trophic food webs of the deeper parts of our ocean. So even though we are on a highly sedimented area, doesn't mean that there won't be. Of course, we will not find those luxurious coral and sponge gardens as we do usually on over rocky substrate, but there will still be a lot of life living on and in the sand.
You know, that's actually fascinating for me to hear about, to understand the seafloor in this area and how it's formed. And I mean, we were intrigued, of course, because the seafloor here, as you said, is very soft and flat, and that is really what I believe allowed Gary to hone in on these targets that we're investigating today, and really because it's fairly unusual for a target this size to have been able to pick it out, from 500 meters above, using multi-beam data. So, he was able to, Gary, as he explained it to me, was able to determine from the backscatter, from getting these very hard returns in the midst of what is otherwise a very soft and flat environment that made these things stand out. And then they also presented on the bathymetry. So there's relief in those areas. There's something standing up off the bottom. So that's what's allowed us today to hone in and make an attempt with the ROVs to investigate this site. And it will be fascinating to find what's there. We know something's there. Just the question is, what is it? And that's part of exploration.
Yeah, and I think that brings up a good point that may be worth just highlighting here, is that we're talking about backscatter, and some people may not be so familiar with what that is. And so when we're mentioning backscatter, as opposed to the bathymetric sonar data, which gives us depths, the backscatter is generally the intensity of the return. So it allows us to distinguish between whether it be hard versus soft sediments, or something a little harder than the sediment in the hull of a shipwreck potentially, or in this case of a potential plane wreck. So it kind of gives us a little bit more information about what the bottom composition is, and it's something that's lately become of great interest, not only in the search for archaeological sites, but also for habitat determination and kind of distinguishing where different habitats are. So even in doing this, we're able to ground truth what our backscatter returns are, and then it gives us a little bit more information so we know what we're looking at in the future when we look at other sites. So it's kind of interesting, just the breadth of tools that we're able to use in order to make determinations of what's down there.
Right now is it really looks like we're exploring space, and all of these little dots we see here, they're not stars. In this case, this is all zooplankton that we're seeing. We've seen now also some hatchet fish, siphonophores and ctenophores going by. Very different actually from what we've observed earlier on during this expedition on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, where primary productivity is much lower,
pop up
and
meters off the bottom.
Marine sonoas we are seeing here.
Sounds good. Thank you, Bridge. All right, pilots, I can get you moving whenever you guys are ready.
Co-pilot, if you wouldn't mind, just like
keeping an eye.
Yes, keeping an eye and nav as well. And then I think occasionally just tilt
flick around
the pan and tilt up and down.
Yeah.
Sometimes something pops out.
Their
then
tails are making this very interesting
headed for
show in the water.
Yeah, the pan angle's off.
Yeah, I'm coming up now.
All right, here I'll leave it to you. No, you got it. You got it.
All right, now you're pointed out and straight.
Okay.
Yeah, keep an eye on it. So, Nav, approximately how far are we from waypoint 1?
So D2 is about 55 meters.
55. Can I put blue view out just a hair?
Yeah.
60.
And then start with maybe, let's just do 2 moves. Start with a 25-meter move.
Understood.
And then we'll look around.
Sean, it's going to be a 265 heading. It's changed a little bit.
Understood. Clyde, I'll move there if you're ready for that.
Bridge, RV nav.
Okay, I'm going back down a little closer to the bottom.
Hey, Bridge, we'd like to request a ship move, please. Range 25 meters, bearing 265 degrees, speed 0.2 knots, or excuse me, 0.3 knots.
And I lined up 265, be advised.
Okay.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge. All right, gentlemen, it's a 25-meter move on the way.
Copy that.
Copy.
265 degrees, Sean.
265.
Well, looking at the screen, it doesn't appear that there's much current at this point. Is that correct?
That is correct. So we use acoustic Doppler current profilers on the surface to kind of model the currents
just kind of slowly
the
moving
water
forward.
column.
Yeah,
And when we were looking at
I did
this morning,
0.3 knots,
under half
so
a knot of
it shouldn't
current,
take too long to get us there.
It was pretty benign, which is good for an investigation such as this.
Okay.
We don't have to.
I'll do some heading changes as well. Slow heading changes. I think that helps. Like, if you see a dot moving, then
sounds good.
We're just slowly starting to move towards the first target. So we had taken some time to get stable on the seafloor, everything shaken out, had a chance to look at the fish, had a chance to look at the heavy blanket of sediment, and now we're just slowly making our way towards.
It's pretty silty down there.
Yeah.
Soft bottom.
Yeah, I want to make sure not to touch. So
what's that brown?
One of you guys sees my toes getting close.
Oh, they look like fish, but actually they're not moving much, so I've been watching them a little bit. Typically, when we come a bit closer, fish start moving away from us, but these are very calm and quiet there.
Maybe they're not fish.
All right, just a faint return on blue view. Andy, just a little bit to your port.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's about, might be it.
So
it's coming back into center.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to get a little closer.
So that's about 60 meters out.
I'm going to put your blue back.
And there seems to be actually a little bit of bioturbation on the sand, and this is usually caused by a number of different organisms. Could be fish, could be some sort of worm that lives inside the sediment, small crustaceans.
Do we lose it?
We have here actually now Okeanos just went by.
I think when you rotate side to side, it pops a little bit more, but Sean ranged out, so I think it's
okay.
It'll.
Yeah, I was hoping
there's like the shadow of D2.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Moving along the seafloor.
I think it's that right there. Here, let me rotate.
Yeah, that's what I was seeing earlier.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's see, we could...
All right, so right along 256.
Yeah, I think you just keep pushing out there. You'll run into it.
So we're still moving towards
That's
the
60 meters, 55 meters out.
Something here, too.
Yeah, a little bit to your starboard.
Okay.
It's about 50 meters out. That's moving, that looks real.
Sonars on the ROV.
Yeah, I think you're going to be lined up right on it.
And then, I don't know if this isn't as good, but...
that actually looks like a coral right in the center.
Good copy, thank you, Bridge.
The one small pebble
you guys want me to do another 25 here?
Soft sediment.
We'll just finish that move.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and so one of our onshore scientists is saying that...
Well, how far away is that target? Over 40. Yeah, definitely.
Yes, that would be the reason.
Bridge, are we now? Hey, Bridge, we repeat that move,
to
please. 25 meters, bearing 265 degrees, speed 0.3 knots.
Transiting towards our target site.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
Okay, watch leads, be advised. We see a target in our sonar. It is right now about 40 meters away from us. We're heading towards it now.
Thank you.
All right, that move should put you right at the base of that, Andy.
Okay. Thank you, Nav.
And then, can I lower your oxalate?
So we're about 40 meters away from a target that the ROV pilots are just moving towards.
I think if we get into photogrammetry mode, we might want to play around with Sirius lights too, because is that shadow? Would that be Sirius? So you can see the brow.
That's the Sirius lights reflecting over the ROV.
Yeah. This still looks like the most prominent right there.
Yeah.
35 meters out. And you're a little more tethered, but...
Yeah, I'm trying to go pretty slow.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any guesses as to the rate at which the sediment collects, over time?
That's a really good question, and I will say I actually don't know how much sediment has collected over time.
You mind if I range this in, Sean?
We are relatively close to the coast of Puerto Rico, and so a lot of this might be
Yeah,
some
whatever you guys
terrestrial
think
outflow.
is
So,
There you
you know,
go.
it's probably, I'm guessing that
30
blanket
meters
is
out.
mostly coming off the land.
And then Sirius is picking up something good too.
yeah, the same.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Interesting. Well, if this is the
So you had a
wreck,
small
then,
return here, Andy, just to
then
your
we would
port,
have
about
really
20
as to
meters
when-
out, and the much bigger one is
when
dead
that
ahead.
Okay.
that object arrived on the seafloor and how long
Yeah, it looks like it might be a rock,
material has been
that
collecting
little one.
on top of it.
Exactly. It would be wonderful to see that, and that would actually give us some information
Yeah, I'm
about
not sure what we're going to expect as far as
what
debris
we
field.
expect to see in
We're going to
terms of
see.
deposition, although it could also
small
be knocked off
chunks
by
or-
currents if there were currents in the areas
Yeah.
at other times. So
I don't see
it's a
much
great point.
geologic down here.
You can sort of see a elliptical object in the smaller sonar to the bottom right.
Copy that.
So we'll check by this one.
All right, Andy, you're about 20 meters
Russ, do you
out,
see that?
dead ahead.
Copy.
Yeah, I think that's what we're moving. I think that's what we're moving towards.
Yeah. But it looks
Oh,
pretty
and
had to,
I see. Okay.
elliptical.
It's had to switch over my camera feed.
Yeah, and so that's on camera 3. We're showing on stream 3. We're showing the blue view.
All right, about 15
Which
meters.
is the sonar on D2.
Copy. 15
And
meters.
for those of us who are watching along who may be less familiar, our camera 2 feed shows the view from Sirius at D2. And then, of course, camera 1 shows D2 directly.
Go ahead, Bridge. Good copy. Thank you, Bridge. All right, Andy, about 10 meters.
Do
So
we,
about 10 meters
I'm
away
starting
now.
to get, oh, there's a little bit of tether.
There's
Ship
a lot
is
of
all
tension
stopped.
in this room.
Copy. Yeah, I'm just wondering if we should
We're
put
also
in another
just
small
staring
move.
at the screen, hoping
I
that
still will probably swing for a
something
couple minutes.
comes up.
All right,
Okay.
you got some reflecting
Yeah, I don't
there.
think anybody's
Yeah.
blinking right now.
Yeah, definitely looks like something.
Nearly not
All right, so
breathing.
you're inside 10 meters now.
Okay. Yeah, we've got visual.
Good visual of what?
Let's see. Yeah, do another 10 meters.
Yeah,
What
I'd
do you
say.
think?
Yeah.
Good copy. Bridge, RV nav. Hey, Bridge, we'd like to request another move, please. Range 10 meters, bearing 265 degrees, speed 0.2 knots.
We're trying to
Good
figure
copy.
out
Take a
what
bridge.
is it that we're looking
Whatever it
at right
is,
now.
it's pretty heavily sedimented.
Yeah.
All right, so that's another 10 meters at 265.
Like this
Copy
is some
that.
sort of debris field.
Blue view shows it going off to your port, Andy.
Yeah, I was going to go down to the, and like fly over top of it.
Yep.
And then, yeah, Nav, do you want to mark on high pack as we kind of like?
Yeah.
I want to wait for you to grab the edge. Yeah.
Yeah. Just,
Yep.
I'm sure you were anyway. Just,
Sure will.
rotate
Looks like a
camera up
very
just
patchy
little
area
more.
with
Okay.
that
Camera.
those big rocks, some rock outcrop.
So, yeah, this looks like what we saw. The sonars.
Yeah, for a moment as we were approaching, I was really
That
seeing
looks like the edge there,
wing
huh,
and
Andy?
engines
Yeah.
and,
Okay, I'm going to drop target
and,
here.
so this is well, I think our geologist ought to tell us, I think, what we're looking at now.
I mean, it does look like rocks to me, but I also
Yeah.
don't know what very corroded aluminum looks like, so I was hoping somebody might also be able to tell us. I mean, I have to say, from my perspective, this looks like a small rocky outcrop.
Yeah. Which has already been colonized. We can see here some sponges already.
There's no evidence of any wreckage here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so our first target, as we've approached, is some rocky outcrops on this otherwise sedimented plain. There are a lot of fish. There are several sponges. I don't know what's in the middle
Yeah,
right
some
there.
anemones as well. Oh,
That
that
just
features
ran
it.
into a rock.
Yeah. I
They
think
may have startled it with the bright lights.
You guys are blinding it.
Yeah, exactly.
Boy, it just bumped right in there. Sort of how I am on the ship.
I could bump your lights up if you want at this time.
Okay.
Bottle temp's only 28.
All right. That sounds good.
I've got plenty of light.
Plenty?
Yeah,
I'll leave it as is then.
it's a little bright in the near field.
You got it. Sounds good to do.
Go ahead, Bridge. Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
All right. So I'm just going to fly down this this whole return.
Do you want another 10 meters? I don't see any hazards.
There are these really interesting
that
anemones
sounds
with a
good.
very tall base.
You want to do it at your heading, Andy, because that's where it looks like it's lined up now?
Exactly. Yeah, with a very white,
that sounds
long
Or do you think we're
base
chasing something
from
we
which
shouldn't
there's
be
then
there?
the tentacles coming
I
out.
think if you just move seriously forward.
Yeah, there's actually quite a
that
number of
gives
those.
you
I've never seen
tether.
those before.
You're talking about
Very
moves?
unusual.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, whatever.
So this
You
first
wanna do
target does
265
appear
again?
to
We could cut
just
it
be
like
a small rocky outcrop
go like
within
that,
the,
if you're interested.
the greater
Yeah.
sedimented
We're gonna
area
spin a little,
that we're diving on.
little
Does have
port.
some interesting
like 240.
Yeah.
It
All right.
looks
Sound
like
good,
it
Pat?
might have
Yeah.
a manganese crest on
Okay.
it as well.
Another 10.
That's
it is
quite
very
dark.
dark
Okay.
looking,
That's great.
and
Thanks.
Bridge, Harvey, now.
we'd expect
Yeah,
these to
I've
be
almost run out
limestone.
this
Hey,
feature.
Bridge, like to request another ship move, please. Range 10
quite
meters,
sedimented.
bearing 240 degrees, speed 0.2 knots.
We see
We
here
can,
now to the left also some nice glass sponges, these white vases.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
Yeah. Move Sirius a little closer, and then you can do another scan.
Yep.
We'll see if
And
you
some
sonars
more of
pick anything
those
else up.
very long
Otherwise-
anemones. Oh, and
What's
actually
that
quite a
thing?
number of shrimp here.
Oh,
Not
that's
seeing
very
too much here.
Got glass bottle at the bottom.
Are these shrimp?
All right.
look like shrimp. Yeah, very nice, very tropical shrimp.
Tropical
Very
shrimp.
yeah, very long legs.
I'm going to range back out on Blue View, Sean, if you're good with that.
Yeah. See if you find anything.
Yeah, I'm going to pop it out to 70, 75.
Good.
Do we have a good sense of
Pilot, did you
scale
copy
of
glass
this
bottle
site?
bottom right?
It's very hard to estimate
No, I did not.
from the,
Just
from
went
the
off screen.
That's
Okay.
a great question. We can ask. So in terms of, you mean like in terms of how big the rocky outcrop is?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I don't see anything.
Just coming
nearby.
center now.
Around 40 meters long. Watch lead, if that was the question.
Thank you. So evidently the field that we're looking at, the rocky outcrop, is about 40 meters long total.
I mean, you have this ahead, but I think it's just continuation.
Yeah.
But
Glass
yeah.
bottom
Yeah, thanks very much. I
Coming
think
towards
the-
you.
it was
Looking
about-
at the glass
it was
bottle?
about- that it was going to be about 30
yeah, I was
meters,
just pointing
so that
it out.
matches up very well.
So are we not
Yeah,
moving
we
to the
also
next
have
target,
now the
or we want to
lower-
look at the bottle?
The lower portion here of the screen.
I was
we can
just
see
pointing it
also
out. I
actually
wanted to
what
make sure
seems to be
people were
a
aware
glass
they had
bottle.
noted it.
Okay.
So there is also some
I say, yeah, let's
debris
just keep riding this
here.
field.
All right.
Don't see any more.
So I think we should probably move on to the next target,
I
right?
agree. Yeah.
When the
Yeah,
ROV
watch leads. Are you satisfied that
Yes.
this isn't what
Yeah.
we're quite looking for?
Yeah,
All right.
we'd like to keep moving.
Yeah.
Copy that.
Thank you so much. Onshore
Yes, please.
scientists, I'm assuming that's all right with you?
All right. So what is that looking like, Nav?
Yes, it is.
We're right over top of the first target that we dropped, so due west is to the next
So we're
waypoint.
here roughly also
Due west?
still
Yeah.
at 500 meters depth.
West southwest.
This was our first target.
So it's about 200 meters.
Okay.
This actually extends
bearing at
for
260.
quite a bit here.
260.
All right.
This
Do you
outcrop.
want to come over to 260,
Yeah.
co-pilot?
I'll spin over. I'm only 10 degrees away.
Okay.
All right, Bridge. Good copy. Thank you, Bridge. All right, ship is all stopped. So that last move was at a 240. Just flushing out what was around us here.
Okay.
You want to do, I've got you out at 75 meters on Blueview, Andy, and I don't see anything. So
Okay.
you want to do 25, 30 meters?
I'd say even in like, yeah,
Or
like a
50 meters?
Yeah, even a 50-meter move
All
to
right.
start.
So 50 meters at 260. You happy
Copy
with that?
Yep, that sounds good.
Bridge, RV Nav. Hey, Bridge, we'd like to request another ship move, please. Range 50 meters, bearing 260 degrees, speed 0.2 knots.
That's a range of 50 meters, bearing 260 degrees at decimal 2 knots.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
Well, as my girlfriend, the data scientist, is the data analyst, is fond of saying that negative data is still data, and we've also collected some interesting observations on geology and biology as well. So, but this is exploration. This is exploration in real time. It's going out into the unknown and finding what's there.
Totally true.
Bridge, are we now? Hey, Bridge, we'd like to request the easy stop at this time, please. Good copy. Thank you, Bridge. All right, easy stop on that ship move, pilots.
Copy, Nav.
Copy. I'm just going to go ahead and do a quick 360. See if anything pops out in the sonar.
Roger that.
So I believe our next
75
target
meters.
is about 200
They
meters
said
away.
the target would be low relief. Do you
Yes,
guys have the sonar
Yes.
tilted down?
Yes.
Keep an eye on tether. Let me know if you need me to
And
adjust.
so the ROV pilots
Okay.
are now doing a 360 view of the area just to see if something
Right, so
else
that's our
pops
original
up,
target return there.
in the sonar
Yep.
before we head out to the second target.
Yeah, make sure there's no airplane sitting on top of a rocky outcropping.
Hiding in plain sight.
Might pop up a little bit too.
Roger. Pulling in slightly.
So now we're going to be looking at back down slope. So that's reciprocal heading from the way we came.
Tether looks clear. It's above D2.
Yeah, I think
I
I
imagine
might.
as we transition over to this next target,
I think I
we'll
might
be
go
keeping
all the
contact
way
with
and
the
put a
sea
turn
floor,
in and then take it out.
and
That will give us
we'll
2
be
sweeps
keeping
of the
our eyes
area.
out for any
Yep.
smaller
Roger.
debris.
And we
as I
already
understand
came,
it,
we were
the,
about
that is initially how the Titanic was found in 1985.
50 meters
Not-
off of the
not by,
waypoint before, as we
finding
approached.
the
So
main wreck
we were
of the
pretty
ship,
far
but
back
by
from it.
finding the debris and the small items that had been distributed over the sea floor, and then
all right,
led to
still nothing
to
on Blue View.
the main wreckage. So there's still always a chance, as we move forward, of new discovery at any.
Yeah, I'm not real confident in seeing anything this
Yeah,
far
absolutely.
away.
And
far away.
kind of like what was discussed earlier, is we're definitely looking out for any potential luggage or anything that could have been thrown from the ship as it was either on the surface breaking apart or
No promising returns. It's
on its descent
quite
down to
turbid
the
down here,
seafloor.
though.
So
Yeah.
just keeping in mind that
You can see fish.
as far
Yeah.
as we're concerned, 500 meters
All right,
isn't
you're approaching a
super deep,
full
but it's still
360.
a lot of water
Okay.
between the surface and the seafloor.
Yeah, we were at
so
260, right?
Correct.
depending on what the conditions were that day, and
All right.
from
We're going to
reading
go
kind of
back a
briefing
little bit
document about it, I
faster
believe it
to
was
take the turn out.
10 to
Roger
15
that.
Blue
foot
view is
seas.
clear.
So you can imagine things probably were moved around a bunch, both at the surface and on their descent.
Tether good, Delta good.
Yeah, that's correct. 12 to 15 foot seas and winds out of the east at about
Looking really good, Pat.
16
Thank
miles
you.
per hour.
Yeah, that plus 70 years time we made throughout this area.
And this view is actually a really nice example of how many organisms prefer to settle on rocky substrate rather than on soft substrate. What we can see here is that we have a lot of these suspension feeders or filter feeders. So all of these anemones and small corals that we've seen, and even sponges, will feed on this marine snow that is coming from the surface waters.
And I'll line up at 260.
Roger that.
When we're transiting over an area that is highly sedimented, if there is even the smallest pebble, smallest bit of rock, will be colonized by these organisms.
Okay.
And we're just also having an ROV shift change right now. So it's always really interesting because the pilots, co-pilots, and navigators, they brief each other so that they know, they have the situational awareness of where they have been and where they're going to, whether there's anything particular that they're looking for. In this case, we all know exactly what we're looking for, but it's really helpful. They provide enough information so that the next team can just seamlessly slide in to the movements.
It's all about teamwork.
Yeah. You see it a lot on a ship.
Okay, watch leads. We're just completing a watch change in the front row here.
This isn't a good opportunity to catch up our Spanish speaking viewers with the latest developments.
Sure. Pues buenos días a quien nos acompaña justo ahora. Estamos aquí en el Okeanos Explorer, en la primera parte del mergullo número 5, donde estamos buscando por el aircraft de Panamera American Airlines.
Okay, so he said it was probably like this move. Let me just make
Hemos
sure.
acabado ahorita mismo de
260. Okay,
hacer unas
that
observaciones en aquel que era el primero
okay,
algo
so I'm going to put a 50-meter move, 260.
de nuestra búsqueda aquí, que pensábamos poder ser el avión, pero hemos visto que no, que era solo un afloramiento rocoso, y es así. Entonces era la anomalía que mirábamos en nuestro sonar. Estamos ahora haciendo un tránsito por cerca de 200 metros hasta el Target Point 2, donde esperamos entonces encontrar el avión.
From D2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lo que pudimos también observar aquí en este punto ha sido que en las zonas más rocosas hemos visto esponjas, algunos corales, algunas anémonas, o sea, todo organismos que están adaptados más a vivir en fondos rocosos, y por eso contrastando con lo que hemos visto en las partes más sedimentarias de arena. Y estos son todos organismos filtrados o suspensívoros, o sea, que se alimentan de esta nieve marina que vemos en la tela, y que es el resultado de la productividad primaria y secundaria del agua superficial. Y seguiremos dando noticias tanto en inglés como en español mientras proseguimos con el mergullo.
Looking at the overall bathymetry there. Pretty interesting.
Habla súper bien en español, con acento de España. Sí. Francés, inglés, portugués, español, creo. ¿No es cierto? No es cierto.
This
Wow.
is great. Now the front row, our ROV pilots, are also speaking in Spanish to one another. So we've got the back row providing some information in Spanish, and the front row as well.
How about we get a front row introduction?
Roland, why don't you start us off introducing who we are and what our organization is?
Sure. This is Roland Bryan. I'm the video engineer, and I am one of the crew operating the vehicles, and we all work for the exploration program for the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. We're a group of engineers and videographers and specialists that specialize in designing, operating, designing, and installing and operating all this very cool equipment to be able to bring these live images to you guys back at home. Go ahead, pilot.
Yeah, this is Todd Gregory, another member of GFOE. I'm a mechanical engineer, and I'm currently piloting D2. And to my left is our navigator.
Yeah, I'm Fernando Aragon, also a mechanical engineer. I'm sitting at the navigator.
And to his right, John Mefford, another mechanical engineer, sitting co-pilot this morning. And we are with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you enjoy the dive.
And in the back we have?
And in the back row is Caitlin Bailey. I'm part of the video team and clipping out clips from our dive to make the highlight video.
Y en español, Fernando y yo, Todd, puedo decir que este grupo es un grupo Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. Es un grupo de ingenieros, diseñadores y videógrafos que funciona como partnership. ¿Cómo se dice partnership, Fernando?
Una parcería.
Un compromiso con NOAA para manejar, diseñar y hacer toda ingeniería de los vehículos submarinos. Y estamos muy felices de estar aquí, afuera de la costa de Puerto Rico.
And here on the back we continue with, well, myself, Joana Xavier. I'm a researcher, Portuguese researcher. I come from the Interdisciplinary Center for Marine and Environmental Research of the University of Porto in northern Portugal. And my expertise is actually on deep sea vulnerable marine ecosystems, so those ecosystems dominated mostly by sponges and corals. And to my left I have Deb Glickson.
I'm Deb Glickson. I'm the geology lead for this expedition. My background's in marine geology, specifically mid-ocean ridge geology and hydrothermal vents. And after Sam, to my left, introduces himself, maybe we could ask our two onshore science leads to also introduce themselves.
Yeah,
Sam.
that would be great.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Sam Candio. I'm an expedition coordinator for NOAA Ocean Exploration. And yeah, I'd love to hear from our shoreside support.
Well, this is Russ Matthews. I'm the president of the nonprofit Airsea Heritage Foundation, and we are the ones who initially proposed this target and had the opportunity to work in collaboration with ocean exploration today.
And I'm Mike Brennan. I'm a maritime archaeologist with Search. Formerly worked with a lot of you guys on the Nautilus with the team at Ocean Exploration Trust, so it's good to hear a lot of your voices.
Thank you all so much. And just as a reminder, if you're just joining us now, we're at about 500 meters. We're actually about 497 meters right now. And we are currently searching for the second dive target that may be the Clipper Endeavour, which was a Pan Am flight that went down in 1952. And our first target, while fantastic, did turn a small rocky outcrop with some may, I can't believe I'm saying this, may not be rocks, but instead may be something else.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and I think it's good to bear in mind that even with
the
technology we have and all the evidence we have, this is still a lot. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. So
not man-made.
We may need substantial time on the seafloor to actually find it.
And I think that's something that a lot of people may not realize.
Pretty
is
impressive
just
that we saw that.
the scope of the ocean.
Yeah.
I know when a lot of these, or when many times when an incident like this happens, you think even with all of the navigation aids that they have on board that's giving their positions. One of the ones I think about often is the Malaysian flight that went down. And although we had really good information about the general vicinity of where it happened, the ocean's just so vast, and especially when you're in deep water and you're dealing with currents and winds and all of that, it really does turn into a needle in the haystack situation. We have very high resolution sonars on board, but even then, if you're thinking of making a 10-meter resolution grid, you're basically just getting one pixel that's 10 meters by 10 meters, and in that, it's sometimes hard to resolve the finer details, which is why when we're looking at a site like this and it ends up being a rocky outcropping of a similar dimension, it's hard for us to determine from the surface without actually getting down there and ground truthing. So having all these tools at our disposal really helps us in trying to make the best determinations and really investigate these sites.
And Sam, this is still relatively shallow water, and so we actually have better bathymetric resolution at this depth than we do when we're talking about deeper waters.
So when this move is done, I'm just going to put another 50 meters in the same direction.
It's bigger than a 10-meter resolution grid when we're talking about much deeper water, right?
Often, yes. Sometimes the best we can do is a 50 to 100 meter resolution in the deeper water, which
is a bigger pixel size than a plane, basically.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
And that's why oftentimes before we choose a dive site, we'll try to collect as much information on it as we can and really try to give the best information to the ROV pilots possible. That 100 meter or 50 meter resolution in comparison to what you would see maybe on a Google Earth type thing or some satellite altimetry is way finer resolution. So a lot of this satellite stuff could be somewhere around 1,000 meter resolution, which is better than nothing, but it does speak to the difficulty in collecting these data and using more and more technologies in order to make that happen.
Shale.
Which is why we're using the best information that we could have gathered over this site to do this dive, but we're also looking at the sonar that's attached to the ROV as well for some determinations on what we're seeing down there. Because one thing to think about is the sonars that we're using on the boat are stuck to the bottom of the boat. They're attached. Yeah. So they have to look through the 500 meters of water in this area. When we have the sonar on the ROV, that's just a couple meters above the seafloor right now.
Yeah, it's interesting what you were saying about the navigation data, and you know, in terms of trying to fix this crash location. You know, in this instance, you know, from the historical record, we know that the
target's so pretty
the crash
far
was actually witnessed. There was an Air Force C-47 transport airborne in the area that watched the plane ditch and reported back to the tower at San Juan. and of course the Clipper Endeavour itself was in constant radio contact. So they knew this was happening, and there were people who watched it. Unfortunately, the C-47 was not equipped to land, at sea, but they orbited the area, and the Coast Guard, the air detachment at San Juan, launched their alert rescue plane within 6 minutes, and were on scene very quickly. There was a second airplane that was in maintenance, and they pulled that out and had it airborne 3 minutes behind the first. So there were people, professionals who were on the scene, almost immediately. Well, actually, as it happened, and then immediately thereafter, and did their best to fix that location at the time. So this is 70 years ago. So there was no GPS. There was no they had to estimate the best that they could. So it's we have astonishingly good data for that time, but still somewhat rough. And then that's all based on what's observed at the surface. And there was heavy seas and winds, and there's unknown what affected that on its fall 500 meters to the bottom. So it still involves going and looking and seeing what's there. So we have the best data possible, and it's the reason why we could even contemplate taking a shot at being able to investigate this. Given the historical information we have, and then also the characteristics of the bottom, and how these few targets really stand out in this area. So we know it's down there somewhere. So it could be up ahead of us.
Yeah, that's a great point, and that kind of calls to how we approach looking for other shipwrecks that we have in the past, or other UCH targets or underwater cultural heritage sites. Sometimes we will have that firsthand information, which is great. It really allows us to kind of hone in on our search area and really focus. Sometimes we look at reported debris fields. Sometimes we'll look at oil slicks in the water. We had a dive last year in, I believe, November, on a World War II oil tanker called the Bloody Marsh, which is quite a name for a ship, I think. But we found that from satellite data of oil slicks throughout the years, and that one actually took us a couple attempts. We had some targets that we thought for sure would definitely be a shipwreck. It was the right size, it had the right returns, and then it ended up being a giant rock. And that's part of it. And so sometimes it's hard to determine from all of the data exactly what you're looking at. And so, yeah, we're hoping that one of these targets is what we hope it is.
Mike, I believe you can speak more on Bloody Marsh.
Yeah, so Bloody Marsh was interesting because it was at a depth of about, similar to this, a little over 500 meters, and that sort of depth is the point at which the hull-mounted sonar isn't really great at resolving something the size of a ship. But I'd asked for a survey in the area because it was near where Okeanos was going to be mapping. And the initial mapping did find that outcrop that turned out to be a very oil tanker-sized rock outcrop. And then the next survey was in rough weather, so we weren't able to resolve something at that depth yet. But then, after kind of writing it off, a colleague connected me with a team from the UK who were looking at oil slick data. And there was a plume coming up from the area. It was about 3 miles away from the sinking location. that they'd been noticing every now and then for years. And they provided that info to me, and we backtracked the trajectory of the oil slicks, and the Okeanos was in the area again, and they mapped it one more time and found a target that was promising again, this time in calmer weather, and the dive turned out to be the site, which is actively leaking. It's upside down. The bow and stern are missing from the 2 torpedo hits. But yeah, it certainly speaks to the challenge of finding stuff. Even with all this technology that we have, it's still difficult to find things that we think are fairly big, like oil tankers.
Object just right at
these depths. So it does take a lot of trial and error and investigating targets systematically to find the stuff.
Yeah, Mike, and I was actually the mapping lead on the cruise that was able to determine the target that it ended up being, and was also the mapping lead on the cruise that did the ROV dive.
We have a few
so
minutes to go.
one of
When
the
they calm
main
it down,
pieces
I'll
of
just
evidence that really kind
get another
of
move.
made it stand out to me was we used our water column sonars as well. So we not only have the multi-beam to get that bottom characterization, but also we have 5 sonars that look in the water column, and I saw a pretty convincing layer that looked like it may be some hydrocarbons around the top. So just kind of like putting all of that into your using all the tools in the toolbox kind of helped make that feel like a positive identification. But we were definitely hesitant because we'd been surprised in the past. But yeah, just kind of looking at everything that we have available generally helps.
That's interesting. I didn't actually know that we had potential water column data for that. I'd be interested to see that if you have a minute sometime.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, the interesting thing about Bloody Marsh also is that the stern area was a mess, and there's mostly just a debris field. But there's about 100 feet of the ship from the second torpedo strike up to the bow that's missing. So there's a 100-foot section of oil tanker bow somewhere in the vicinity that we haven't found yet. The current was really strong that day, so the ROV wasn't able to stay. We had to kind of hunker down behind the obstruction of the wreck to investigate it. So there's still more exploration to be done, even on a site that we found, because we still don't know where the bow is, and there's likely intact oil tanks still on the bow because there's enough of it there. So that could also be leaking. So could always go back and find more.
Yeah, and that's a great point. That area is a little challenging for diving. It's kind of right in the main axis of the Gulf Stream. So finding a time where the currents are, I'm not even going to say favorable, I'm just going to say less unfavorable for an ROV dive is a little tricky. But yeah, I think there's definitely opportunity for more exploration down there, whether it be with another tethered system or with an autonomous underwater vehicle, or just seeing what tool would be most available and most useful in that case.
Did you update us on how far we are from this next target?
Hold on just 1 second. We will ask. Now, this is Watch Lead. Can you tell me about how far we are from the next target? Thank you so much. All right, so for those of you on the line who may not have heard that, we are 65 meters away from our second target. So we're just slowly approaching and talking about other exciting shipwrecks and the biology as we see it. Not much to say about the geology right now. It's flat, sedimented.
Yeah, just a while ago we came across a sea urchin, and we got actually an identification here from Chris Ma, who was joining us from shore in the chat room, as being Sidaris blackei. And it seemed to have a strange camouflage, something covering the spines. I'm not sure how common that is. And I was actually not sure. We were not able to see in detail what it might have been, if it was some sort of a sponge or some other organism.
Right, and that's because right now we really are trying to focus on
exactly.
getting to our targets. And so today, at least right now, you might see a lot less of, when we're normally calling for a snap zoom or we're normally calling for stopping and taking some video. Right now, our objective is really to try to find what might be some of the wreckage of the Clipper Endeavour. And so we're trying to look as we go, of course.
Exactly.
But really moving towards these targets. And we are seeing something in the sonar, in the forward-looking sonar, that's about a little less than 60 meters away. I think that's what we're continuing to zoom in on.
Which from shore people can see it on live stream 3, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and while we're approaching this target, we're also...
Is that a lighter?
Seeing what we
see. It does look like a lighter. The lasers are on.
It's about a little over 10 centimeters. Is that lighter sized?
That's probably a bit big for a lighter.
I think so.
Yeah, it does seem big.
But it does look like some sort of debris, something man-made. Doesn't look like a rock.
I mean, maybe. Is that a tiny little urchin right below it? So, pilot, are you on OKEX or not? Okay, thanks. I can relay. So, our pilot is taking a nice close look at this object we found on the seafloor, and he says he thinks it might be metallic because you can see the pitting, and we're kind of zooming in on that right now. Thank you so much, pilot.
And the video engineer thinks it's wood, wood boring.
And our video engineer thinks it's wood. So I think we have a diversity of opinions in the control room right now. But either which way, we will stop and look at things as we can on the way, but we are trying to make progress towards our next site.
So is the object that we're seeing in the forward-looking sonar, does that correspond with the target site?
It does. So I think that's our next site of interest.
Just moving into another small pile of stuff. Oh, one's a fish, one's a bottle.
Yes, beautiful fish, actually. And this is what we had been seeing earlier. There are probably those seagrass blades there. Again, these really nice anemones.
What's to the left of the anemone?
That actually looks like some sort of rag or fabric. Actually, they seem to be growing over.
Oh, yeah, because it looks like it. Look at how it's sort of across the whole bottom.
Yeah, and it's not a rock that they're growing over, in fact.
So maybe our onshore scientists might want to weigh in on this.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a lot of light. So, onshore scientists, do you have anything you might want to add here?
Well, at the moment, I'm stumped. I don't recognize what that could be underneath the sea light. So,
okay.
Is it some sort of fabric?
Yeah.
I mean, it does not look like a rock.
No.
Oh, wow, it really does look like fabric when you zoom in on it.
And the other one, some sort of, don't know, of a box-shaped something.
I mean, but it's open and hollow.
Yeah, it is.
And
yeah,
that's a really good call, Joanna, that they weren't on, that none of this appears to be a rock.
Yeah, and like what we saw in the previous target.
Yeah.
It also looks like there's more under the sediment,
Yeah,
too.
definitely.
Yeah,
It certainly looks like everything is being
to...
draped in sediment.
Yeah.
And we did see a bottle and a very nice fish.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it seems no matter where we're exploring, there's evidence of human influence.
Seen that in the deepest trenches.
In the deepest trenches. We were actually in a sinkhole off of like 200 miles off the U.S. East Coast last fall, and there was a soccer ball in there.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
So you never
That
know.
is not wow in a good way, by the way,
No.
just so we're clear. So 485.
Not sure what type of bottle this is.
Oh, me neither. I mean, it's brown glass. I'm going to go with that.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going to stop. But you know, Sam is right. If a bottle by itself, I guess, to me, wouldn't necessarily indicate that it's an underwater cultural heritage site. It'd be much more likely, you know, just we see a lot of regular trash on the seafloor. But the other stuff was much more intriguing.
And it just kind of, I think, even opens our eyes even more if they weren't already. So if we're seeing a little bit of potential debris here, we definitely want to keep a sharp lookout for anything else, because I think if we're seeing more of that in this area, then it's a little bit more convincing that it could be from that source.
Exactly.
Exactly.
But we're also being careful not to let what we want to see guide what we're actually seeing.
Right. Right. And so I think what we're doing is just panning right and left right now, just trying to make sure that we don't miss anything else that might be on the seafloor that's out of view. So they've sort of turned one direction to look. They're going to turn to the other direction and look, and then they'll come back to the target that we were moving towards. And that's really helpful because there's only a limited amount of view that you have on an ROV, and you really have to physically turn the ROV to see what's around us.
Yeah, looking at this, my mind is instantly, spinning to every, box-like object that could conceivably have been on the airplane, and to resist the temptation to say, like, that bottle has to be from the plane. They must have served, a beer with dinner.
Right, exactly. But I will say, I mean, it did not. I will say that the box-like thing did not look like a rock. That I can say, maybe not with total confidence, but with a lot of confidence that it didn't look like a rock. But I agree. We don't want to jump to conclusions. We want to hopefully find more evidence.
But it is important every time we see anything like that to take the time to get the video, because maybe something that we're not seeing now, when we look at the high-resolution video footage later.
Maybe a clue, right?
Maybe a clue. And while we're down here, we want to collect as much data as we can to aid in that determination. But it looks like we're coming up on the next target now.
Yeah, we're coming up on something. Oh, whatever this is, there's something growing on it. I'm not even going to speculate until we get a little closer. Art? I see a fish.
Yeah, we see actually quite a lot of fish here now.
Are those all fish?
Aggregating, yes.
Oh.
All of those silvery.
It's funny, I originally thought they were fish and then I wasn't entirely sure.
This looks more rocky to me.
It could be a rock. And then there might be that seagrass next to it.
Yeah, and it seems that these fish are aggregating here, actually.
Because it's a hard bottom substrate?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Not going to lie, from here it looks like a rock.
Yeah,
like this
it
looks
does.
like a rocky outcrop.
It does.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rocky to me as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
so
does.
This is what looks like a
rocky
limestone
outcrop.
outcrop. Lots of fish. So many fish. Would someone like to tell me what kind of fish these are?
Trying to. Yeah.
Wow. So fish
I wonder if this is one of the
anemones.
snappers. Quite a lot of those as well. It's actually also quite extensive, this outcrop.
Yeah. So these fish are doing their best to hide from us as we come up. Pilot, this is Watch Lead. If you have a chance, could you snap zoom on some of these fish?
Yeah, are these roughies? Oh yeah, this does look like a roughie. This one in view actually looks like a roughie. But we've seen the other are a bit silvery, more silvery, aren't they?
Yep, and then there's
they look like,
shrimp and anemones. Oh, that fish looks a little grumpy.
Yeah, he hasn't had a good day. Yeah.
Well, this is an unexpectedly beautiful area.
It is. Not what we were.
Not what we were expecting.
Not what we were looking for, but still.
You can see how much sediment there is around here. That we're kind of kicking up dust everywhere we go. Oh, that's not you? Oh, the fish. Okay, so I'm sorry. I accidentally blamed the ROV pilots and the ROV, but it is not. It's the fish who are creating the sediment plume. How dare I? I'm so sorry.
Well, and that also speaks to kind of what we've been seeing around this area, too, is that there's light sediment coating a lot of everything.
Yeah, or more.
Yeah.
What's that thing?
That looks like that looks like a crinoid growing over. Again, it looks like a bit of a rock, but it's strange formation there.
I love the fact that it is fish kicking up all the sediment. That's so interesting.
And that is a crinoid indeed.
Okay.
Yeah, hanging on, and a brittle star.
And a fish.
Yeah, and a fish doing something, or maybe just hiding. In the center of the crinoid.
Yeah, it found a protrusion on the rock, and so it's getting the highest ground it can.
Yeah, exactly. And that fish seems to like to live there, or maybe it's feeding on something.
Pilot, this is Watch Lead. When you have a moment, we were thinking that we would spend just another few minutes here taking a look at the biota, and then perhaps go into tow configuration to the third target. I will. Well, good. I will find out about those then. Thank you. Sam will be getting them to you in just a few moments.
Yeah, and so it looks like these redfish that we've been seeing are slime heads.
With slime heads?
Slime heads. They don't look very slimy to me, but...
Slime head and roughy are the same thing.
The same thing.
This
Okay.
is great. Our video clipper, Caitlin, is
wow.
passing over great information to us.
Fish expert here. Yeah.
Evidently, there are 3 other roughy highlight videos that you can learn about slime heads and roughies. I bet if I ask Caitlin nicely, she'll tell us what years those dives are from. She might need a little time to research that.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, this is, it really does show the amount of biodiversity you can get
as soon as
you hit a hard bottom.
Yeah, exactly. And as these are commercial fish species, you can see also how important this is as an habitat. So whenever you have this more 3D structure on the seafloor, that's where they tend to aggregate. Be it both, can serve as a nursery area, rearing area, or, just as habitat for the adults. Here what we're seeing are mostly actually adult fish, they seem to me, even though they're not particularly large.
And Chris Ma, who's one of our onshore scientists, who's
look at this cloud.
He's a echinoderm specialist, and he's saying that the brittle star might have been Ophiomitra, and was actually collected here. Not here, but in Puerto Rico, I assume, or around Puerto Rico.
Yeah, and also these sea anemones, actually.
They're really cool.
Quite, and very unusual. They have a very long base that's not so common on these sea anemones. It's beautiful.
But they're certainly
and you can see all of
here.
these. Yes, they are. They sure are. And you can see those beautiful salmon color tentacles.
Yeah.
And there you go, also a slime thread.
No, I don't want to see that.
A mucus thread.
I don't
just
need
for
to see
you.
mucus threads. There are certain things that I have learned about on this expedition that I don't want to know more about, like mucus threads. That's a joke from a previous dive. I don't remember what dive we were on, but we were talking about 2 things: how sponges sneeze,
yes,
and then where did the mucus threads come from in that discussion? Because it was definitely related.
It was
to
just hanging there from the rocks.
It was hanging there from the rocks.
We weren't sure what they were. Yeah, and actually, we can see also to the lower left of the anemone, there's also a sponge with a very wide apical oscule. So that's the opening through which I think that's a queen snapper that just went by. So actually, we're seeing here quite an assemblage of different fish species.
And the roughy is evidently Gephyroberix.
Yes. We're getting here an identification from Michelle.
Sure.
In the chat room. Thank you, Michelle. And so as I was saying, so the sponge we're seeing there to the lower left of the anemones, we can see very clearly it has this central opening, and that's it's through that opening that the water exits the sponge, so it will enter the sponge through much smaller openings that are spread throughout the surface of the sponge, and then it removes, with that water flow, it removes nutrients and oxygen that needs to leave.
It seems pretty heavily sedimented, though, that sponge.
Yes, it is, but they can cope relatively well to sediment. So that's why some of them sneeze. Possibly all of them
maybe
sneeze.
You should discuss. Maybe you should tell people what a sponge sneeze is.
So it's actually something that has been found not that long ago, but there's been an upsurge in interest on the sponge sneeze just a couple of weeks back from the work of some Dutch colleagues that have shown that sponges, because of the sedimentation and because they have they need to have, let's say, a sort of a clean aquifer system through which the water flows for them to survive. What they do is that they create these mucus threads, which will stick some of the sediment that is in the water. And every so often they will have like a coordinated contraction of their body to actually expel these mucus threads with the sediment from their aquiferous system. So that's actually a pretty cool behavior for such a simple or relatively simple organism.
It's like a
so it's a way they
self-made
found
car wash for
yes, exactly.
for the sponge. We love talking about sponges.
Yeah, we do.
And learning a lot. Thank you. So the ROV pilots are just taking a scan around, looking out a little further, making sure that there isn't something that we missed because we stopped at this rocky outcrop. Ooh, a lot of sediment in the water now. Taking a look.
Do we have an idea for how large actually this rocky patch is?
We can ask.
And it's interesting how all of a sudden from the seafloor you see something like this.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Yeah, in fact, I want to take the opportunity to say this is Russ Matthews, as an aviation historian and who suggested the site to begin with. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed that it did not. This target did not turn out to be Clipper Endeavor. But at the same time, I'm so impressed with the ability to have identified this target, from the multi-beam data, from 500 meters, to have picked out, this site on the sea floor was very remarkable, and to see it, it's incredible to see this oasis of life in the middle of a desert. And I have to give a shout out to our video engineers for the clarity of the images that we were seeing, and that really captured the beauty of the sea life on that not airplane.
Yeah.
outcrop.
Yeah. Russ, we feel your pain because we do always want to see, make sure that we can achieve our goals for the dive, and while we haven't done that yet, we at least get to stop and get to see some of the great diversity of fishes on that hard bottom location. So we're with you.
One of which is actually coming into view now. Snapper, yeah. Yeah, this is the queen snapper.
Now, is this one of the commercially important species in Puerto Rico?
This is one of the commercially relevant ones, yeah.
What a beautiful fish.
It's beautiful, yeah. And this is relatively large as well. So the lasers are
10 centimeters
10
apart.
centimeters.
Cartucho italis oculatus?
So that's Cartucho.
Oh, Cartucho.
And we are...
The temperature is about 13.6 degrees. Yeah. We're at a depth of about 482.
Yeah.
481.
And so Cartucho would be the common name in Puerto Rico for the species.
Snapper?
Yes, snapper,
Okay.
queen snapper. Beautiful color. This deep red color.
Mm-hmm. It's gorgeous.
Yeah. So of course this information is also very relevant in terms of for fisheries management, knowing where these commercial species live, understand, the type of habitat, the conditions of these on these habitats. It's super relevant. Understanding also a bit more about its behavior. We're having actually here Michelle in the chat room saying that's very interesting behavior to see that it is lying on the seafloor like this. So perhaps this is a behavior that has not been observed earlier. Just stunning.
Beautiful.
Yeah. And this must be like 40 centimeters long from when we had the lasers on. And it does seem to be very calm and not disturbed at all by our lights or by our presence.
Well, or it may be so disturbed by the lights that it is just, I'm just going to stand still and hope that no one bothers me.
That could be.
I really don't know. Actually, it looks like it's more than 40 centimeters.
Yeah, it might be more.
1, 2, 3, 4, at least 50.
Maybe 50 centimeters long, yeah. Amazing color.
Yes, you do. Thanks so much. So while we've enjoyed looking at the fish here, we are going to try to investigate the third target that was identified as a sonar anomaly, again, a reflectance anomaly on the seafloor. And what that's going to entail is it's a little bit different than what we think of when we think about imagery with the Deep Discoverer. We're going to go into what's called a tow mode. We're going to come off the seafloor a little bit, and then we're going to fly, essentially, through the water to the third target.
Do we have a sense of the ETA for how long the tow will be?
That's a great question. I will ask. Nav, this is Watch Lead. Do you know how long this might take us to get to the third target? The scientists are asking. Perfect, thank you. And so we'll get an answer for about how long this is going to take us to move to the third target. If I am correct, I think it's substantially further away than these two. Nope, not substantially further away than the two targets were to each other. So I lied. Sam, do you want to tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, so, and Mike and Russ, I think we need to discuss this a little bit. The third and fourth targets that were provided are unfortunately within a marine protected area. So I found another anomaly, and it actually shows up in the initial imagery, and it looks a little bit more promising in the new stuff, but it's about 300 meters northeast of where we are now. You can kind of see the blip there. I would like to investigate that and then see if there would be anything else in the area. And we may not have to go into the tow configuration because it's closer. So I think it may be worthwhile to investigate this. And I can send you guys what I am looking at here too, if you like.
Okay. So just to recap.
Yeah, please do, Sam. That sounds good. I think checking out any targets that are local and in the vicinity makes the most sense. But can you just clarify, are we not allowed to go into the marine protected area at all?
No, unfortunately we are not. So we won't be able to look at those other two targets that were given to us.
Understood. Then, yeah, that sounds like, unless Russ has a problem, I think that sounds like the best plan.
I'm not sure that the authorities would care if I had a problem with it or not, but no, I don't. So yeah, no, I think that sounds like the best plan, and let's let's give that a shot.
Okay, sounds good. And I'll send you to an email that circles where I'm looking at, and then maybe we can look, and it'll include the marine protected area, so then we can look at any other anomalies if necessary, just so we can kind of get the most out of this.
Yep, that's good. Thank you, Sam.
Sounds good.
Let me just check where I was seeing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, Sam, the transit to this alternate target now will be, accomplished similarly to the like the last one, between targets 1 and 2.
So I think what we're seeing is that so we're not going to go into tow configuration. We're just going to stay close to the bottom. It's about 480 meters away to the northeast of the target that we're at right now, and I think it's going to take about a half an hour or 35 minutes. So we will stay close to the bottom, but we're going to try to just make tracks over to that third target.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just a heads up for those watching and on the line, we will be moving slightly downslope, so it may be harder to see what's going on through the video, but we will still be able to see targets within the sonar. I think that may be a better marker for looking out for potential debris fields.
So you think perhaps some of the onshore scientists may want to switch to camera 3 for the next half hour or so, 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, I think that may be more useful. And then we'll, of course, be continuing to monitor the video on the ship, so we can kind of just let people know if it looks like there's something a little more interesting.
So this is Russ. I was just reviewing the Civil Aeronautics Board report on the accident investigation. And what's interesting to me is that they reported a position, for the loss, but it says, to quote, from a large oil slick, which was observed on the water following the sinking of the aircraft, is how they determined the location that's recorded there. And looking at the report of the weather, it's described as high broken clouds at 35,000 feet with lower scattered clouds at 3,000 feet, visibility 20 miles, and wind from east-southeast 16 miles per hour. And it just occurs to me that as we're moving to this new target, it's placing us pretty well to the east-southeast of that reported position. And that oil slick presumably was drifting, with the surface winds, presumably to the west-northwest. So I don't know. It seems like a good spot as any to go check out. See if we might find Clipper Endeavor waiting there.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same.
Maybe a better spot.
So, yeah, I'm hoping we can start here, and then we would have the potential to look even closer to the proposed oil slick as well. That would be outside of the marine protected area. So, I do like this spot. I don't know if it's my brain once again playing tricks on me and hoping, but I think it is definitely a reasonable target, and I think it's something definitely worth investigating.
And this is something that was spotted in the new data, I guess, as well as corroborating the previous passes.
Yeah, that's correct. And in the new data, it was even, at least in my opinion, a little bit more convincing. It was a very bright return. It actually was even brighter than the past two that we just looked at. So whether that means it's a harder rock or something with a different, more reflective composition, we'll soon find out.
Well, this may be a good time to remind ourselves that every great tale of exploration has had its challenges, and I think there's a reason for the truth behind the adage that it's always in the last place you look. So let's hope that that's true in this case.
Absolutely. And, you know, even if by some could have been, and I think that still provides valuable science, and that's what the Okeanos Explorer is here to do, is to explore the seafloor, and we're actually fulfilling part of our mission right now by attempting to find these targets. So we're still doing great science and great exploration, although I do think it would be great if we could also find part of an aircraft.
Yeah.
We'll just mention, we'll just mention we're still at about 500 meters. So this area had very, very low relief, the whole area, and we're just moving along the seafloor, going gently downslope, and that's why it's a little bit blue. And we are kind of trying to move at a quick clip so that we can go identify that third target.
Yeah, and kind of as we're moving towards that target, I'm also looking through some of the bathymetric and backscatter data that we've collected recently, and just seeing if anything else jumps out. So if this target ends up not being what we are looking for, then we can quickly have the potential to look elsewhere, and just really investigate as much of this area as we can, and just leave no stone unlooked at as we're looking at some of these outcroppings.
Leave no limestone unidentified. One of the things that I thought was so interesting about this site was that this is the reason, this unfortunate crash site is the reason that we have pre-flight safety briefings now that say things like, in the unusual event of a water landing, this is what you need to do. And to me, you know, the entire time I've ever been on any airplane, I've heard that, and it never occurred to me that there might have been a time before that briefing. So it's very interesting because of this tragedy, when people didn't know where to go or how to get out of the aircraft, from that came our modern safety briefing.
Yeah, and I think that's something a lot of us often take for granted. I know when those announcements start, that's when I turn my headphones up as loud as they can go on planes now. But I've heard the brief so many times, and I think it's, like you said, it's a very strange thought to think that didn't happen in the past, and that people really had no idea how to egress from that emergency situation.
Right.
Exactly. I actually still have that report open, and that's one of the recommendations that's made at the end. It says, in the case of extended overwater operations, each carrier shall establish procedures for orally briefing passengers as to the location and method of operation of life vests and emergency exits and the location of life rafts. Such briefing shall include a demonstration of the method of donning a life jacket. Such briefing shall be accompanied prior to takeoff on all extended overwater flights on which the aircraft proceeds directly over water. So yeah, that is exactly where that comes from, and it's something that we hear, every time we board an aircraft now, we get that briefing. And yeah, it is shocking that hadn't occurred to anyone to do that, prior to this tragedy. But oftentimes that's what it takes, for us to learn. And fortunately, those lessons were learned. And had to good effect. I mean, as you saw with the most recently, I would say, with the miracle on the Hudson and that landing, that miraculously did survive that, and they practiced those very procedures. But it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to read the witness statements. The people who did go through that, back in 1952, and the sense, even just in reading, these typewritten documents in the archives now, just the sense of confusion and fear and is palpable. And what's amazing, they even the people who did find the life jackets, it was either by accident that they had curiously been looking around and had discovered where it was located, or had previous experience. But a lot of people were traveling for the first time, flying. It was their first flight, and had no idea. And frankly, I wouldn't either. The one of the statements talks about that a young woman and her cousin were traveling together, and they were looking for their life jackets, and one of the stewards called to them in Spanish and said, and I hope I get this right, but en el bolsillo, or in the pocket. And to me, that image, calls to mind like the magazine pocket that we all see on aircraft today. And then I was surprised. I found an actual photograph in the Pan Am archive, University of Miami Library. That's a photo of the seats that were installed in the DC-4, and there's someone reaching into the frame and lifting up a flap to show the location of the life jacket, but it's not in that pocket that would be so easily accessible. It's a flap attached to the headrest of the seat in front of you, and you lift it up, and there's a life jacket tucked in there, and I don't think it would have occurred to me to look in that spot. So, it's just something that only realize in doing the research. But yeah, that is again, this is this tragedy led to the procedures that we know today, and that hopefully will safeguard lives in the future.
It's really interesting, Russ, that you mentioned that as you said, when I read some of the briefing materials you provided that said in the pocket, I also would have thought it was that pocket right in front of you where the magazine was. And so hearing that it wasn't even there, so it wouldn't have been a place that people would have naturally looked for it. And they probably weren't told about it because there was no pre-flight briefing. I mean, one of the lessons I'm taking away is that Sam should probably listen to the pre-flight briefings when he's on a plane instead of turning up his headphones, as should we all.
As should we all. And I think it's something, working in a more hazardous environment, such as on a ship, we take those drills and knowing where all of the potentially life-saving equipment on board are very seriously. So we do drills at least once a week where we find where our PFDs are, we find where our immersion suits are, we go outside and identify where the life rafts are, just so in the event of an emergency, I can't imagine the amount of panic that was experienced on board as the plane landed in the water and began to fill with seawater in those heavy seas. Mm-hmm. And so that's something that you always want to keep in mind, is it's not just the knowing where things are, but having that kind of muscle memory that in a state of panic you still may make some of the right decisions, or somebody near you will be making those decisions.
Right.
So I think that's really important.
I agree. One of the things that we did when we first came on this ship for this expedition was you had to be blindfolded and walk from your cabin out to the outside. I do not know if that's a rock or not. That's a great question. Could we try to zoom in on it a little bit more? So we're looking at this possibly very funny looking rock, but I will also invite the onshore scientists to weigh in as to whether this may be something else. And it's a little weird looking. I think we can all agree with that.
It's definitely weird looking. It's really hard to get any sort of positive identification on.
Yeah.
Look at that zoom.
I don't know.
And if you don't know, I don't know, Deb.
Yeah, I mean, it's odd looking. I'm not going to lie. Because it does look like it has, you know, spines, right? It
looks like something.
So we don't have much time to look at it, unfortunately. Yeah. But I think all of us were caught by how strange looking that was.
Yeah.
So
interesting shape.
And again, though, we may, as Russ mentioned earlier, one of our onshore scientists who's with the Air Sea Heritage Foundation, that we are also kind of saying, well, maybe that's something because we wish it to be. So perhaps we will see more definitive evidence.
It looked like some type of rust iron to me.
Yeah, and so what we heard from both the video engineers and from the pilots, and actually I agree, is it seemed quite reddish, and so it may have been something you know, that could have rusted, but hopefully we'll find more things that look like that.
And at this point, we're just trying to take in as much as we can, spend a little bit of time on anything we're seeing on the seafloor, but keep our forward progress. So if we see something small like that, we want to capture the video and then move along. And I think the pilots have been doing a really good job of balancing that so far.
Absolutely.
What are you?
What is that?
So hard to tell. It almost looks like wood to me.
It doesn't look like a rock to me, but that doesn't mean anything. Yes. Perhaps our... That's a great question. Yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that patch though, right at the bottom. Like you can see where it looks like the sediment is quite red.
Yeah.
So we've had a request from our ROV pilots for the onshore scientists to perhaps tell us the difference between the parts of the aircraft that would have been aluminum, like the body, and ones that may have been more ferric or ferrous. Would you guys like to take that one on?
Well, I'll do my best. There's not a lot on an aircraft like that that's going to be ferrous. I mean, just for the the sake of weight, it's going to be heavier duty items. Like the main landing gear, would need to have that kind of strength, where you trade the weight for strength, and maybe like some of the parts of the engine, like the prop shaft and so forth. But most everything is going to be aluminum of some description. So.
Well, that's helpful to know. We have another item coming up in sort of the center right of our screen. We're going to kind of quickly take a look at it. I mean, that looks like more like fabric.
There's some
rope.
Yeah, there's some rope in there.
And what looks like a bowl?
It does look like a bowl.
That's a very good question.
Is that like
and that looks like a cup or something. I mean, could this have been a trash bag of some type that might have opened up?
That's always the hard thing.
And we don't mean a trash bag from the aircraft. We just mean a trash bag.
Yeah, and in debris like that, it's really hard to make any sort of positive identification.
Unless you see the images of like a Coke can from the 70s.
Yep.
We saw a Spam can somewhere along the way, and sometimes as the logos change for those things, you can actually get an idea for how old they are.
Yeah, we kind of have to put ourselves in the mindset of the early 1950s.
I don't actually know what soda cans looked like in the early 1950s.
Sure, we could find out.
Were they glass bottles or were they even cans?
It may have been the cans with like the big pull tab things.
I think those are the 70s.
I think you may be right about that.
There are these couple of black things coming up in the middle of our vision. There is a fish. Oh, that is a sea urchin. And I found out recently that those big puffy things are actually part of its spine system, I believe. So it's not like there's something growing on the sea urchin. It is the sea urchin. And it looked like that thing that was off to the left was probably the same. And those are interesting because they did look like they were on the sediment. Formosoma placenta, I believe, is what that is called. The sea urchin that had the sort of the puffy spines that was a dark reddish. And those puffy things are spine bladders. They're part of the hypodermic needle arrangement on the spines. So Chris Ma was talking about that, but now we're going to zoom in on something else. We're seeing to the right, I know we're seeing, it looks like one of those sea urchins again that had collected camouflage, but I don't know what's in the middle. Yes, that Sidaris blakei was the other urchin that looked like it was camouflaged. And Chris Ma, who is our echinoderm expert, has been filling us in the chat room. Pilot, this is watch lead. There has been a request from the scientists that if we do see some fish, if we could do some quick snap zooms on them, perhaps before they wander away out of the frame. Thank you. And so even though we're traveling at a clip, we are trying to zoom in on the fish. We're trying to zoom in on the other fauna. So there's one fish wandering away from us right now and another in the foreground. Ooh, that one's moving fast. Oh, look at those. Are those barbels, the things at the front?
Yeah, it looks like it to me.
And at a very close glance, I would have guessed those other three things were the echinoderms with the stuff camouflaging them. Sea urchins, yes. that a sea pen?
Sea pen, I believe, yeah.
And another one of those urchins. Sideris blakei, I believe. I'm probably mispronouncing that, and I apologize if so.
It might be blakei.
Blakei?
Yeah, I don't know.
I will believe you.
You just have to say it with confidence, Deb.
I can't even pronounce it with confidence, Sam.
Yeah.
Much less say it with confidence.
Chris Moss said the blakei is named after the USS Blake.
Oh.
Which is interesting.
And there really are quite a lot of them on the seafloor right here.
There are.
And the fish with the barbel was a beard fish? Penalila or patella? Is that correct? Oh, that's a beautiful fish.
It's being a little shy, though.
Yes, it is trying to move away.
I wonder why.
Is this fish the polymyxia? Or was that one of the prior fish we had looked at? What a beautiful, beautiful fish.
It really is.
And we're just continuing on. You know, we've seen a couple of intriguing glances of things that we could imagine might not be natural to the seafloor, but nothing definitive yet. And I think we might be about 60 meters away. And what we're doing is, because we are trying to make time and really get to see these targets, we are quickly moving along the seafloor, and we're moving a little bit downslope as we've been going. I think the last time I mentioned the depth view, we were around 505 meters, and now we're actually already at 560 meters. So we have been moving down a very gentle slope in the hopes of finding a third target that may be what we're looking for. That's a very little fish going by. Oh, just went under the ROV. What is that? Is it a siphonophore?
It looks like one.
The biologists around me all say it's a siphonophore, so I'm going to believe them. Beautiful. Yeah, that tiny fish went by really, really quickly, too fast, even for our onshore scientists to catch a glimpse and give us an identification. So we're currently at about 563 meters. Oh, is that a ctenophore we passed by on the left? Yeah.
All right, we're starting to see something.
We are seeing a target in the sonar. It's about 50 some odd meters away. Is that right? No, 40 some odd meters away.
Mm-hmm. Is that a squid? Or is it another siphonophore?
I don't know. But there's another anemone. And because of those anemones, we've seen them, they generally are sitting on some kind of hard substrate. So maybe we could zoom in on the substrate and see what that is. Oh, well, that has a very square...
Looks very non-rockish.
Very square.
To me.
I mean, rocks can have perpendicular fracture
true.
planes, but not normally the rocks we see in this area. So that does look very square. So we'll just try to get a quick zoom on this. And if the onshore scientists who are our archaeology and history experts have any idea what this might be, they're most welcome to call in and join us. Nice shrimp.
Yeah, it looks like we're about 30 meters away.
All right, fingers crossed, everyone.
Something.
Another ctenophore at the top of the frame, I think. Well, it was. I'm not sure it's still there. So we're moving up towards this target, and if you're interested, you can look at the target on camera 3 on our third feed. Just kind of waiting with bated breath to see what it might be. It looks kind of elongate.
It does.
I feel like I should now say it's a rock so that I can be wrong. Because I would like to be wrong.
It looks like there may be another hard target behind this as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Getting... What's that square thing?
Not a rock. I don't know what that square thing is.
Yeah. Interesting.
Covered in sediment, so we're really only seeing the outline of it.
It kind of looks like there's something poking out of the sediment to the left of it as well.
Yeah. I mean, it does look like it's resting, though, on a rocky outcrop.
Yes, for sure. But you also...
That... I mean, so like the thing on the left, it looks like, I was going to say, a seat cushion, perhaps.
It does, doesn't it?
I don't know. Maybe the onshore scientists would want to jump in now. It does look like a chair.
Looks...
A seat cushion, or...
And it kind of looks like maybe a piece of metal off to the left.
Yeah.
Maybe a support type thing.
It does look like it could be like an upside down seat cushion.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
Okay, so we'll wait for a minute. Oh, I'm sorry. Say that again.
And one of the considerations that I'm having in some of these areas is, since it is kind of featureless and sand bottom for a lot of this, these rocky outcroppings may catch things that have been drifting through some of the currents. So
yeah.
I think it's probably worthwhile to look as close as we can to some of the rock areas and really pay attention, as it may have served as like a snagging area.
Yeah, and we also want to take a careful look through these. I do see that there's another something on the sonar behind us. We want to take a careful look, see if we can see any other evidence of potential debris.
Yep, I think we're going to wait until things maybe settle down just a tiny bit in terms of the sediment, and then try to move around this area. It is definitely another hard ground limestone rocky outcrop, but as Sam was saying, perhaps these were places where debris could have washed up and gotten caught.
Is that looks like a cannon about the center screen. Maybe we'll have to...
Uh-oh, we're going to talk about 1950s cans again?
Club soda.
Yeah, this one looks fairly new.
It does look fairly new, doesn't it?
Schweppes Club Soda.
I don't know. There's sort of grooves on the top which aren't on modern cans.
Yeah, I'm furiously trying to Google Schweppes Club Soda cans through the years.
I think that's happening on either side of me.
Yeah.
And one of our onshore scientists wrote in the chat room that what we were looking at earlier with the seat cushion, that hole could have, it could have been a metal with a hole in it that could have had like lightning, but it could also be a trick. It may not be a piece of metal, and I think that's a very important thing to mention, that it just because it looks like it and we want it to be, it doesn't mean that it necessarily would be.
Should we push in and see if this has a pull tab?
We can certainly ask. Let me find out. Oh, there we go. We're zooming in right now on the top of this can. Oh, yeah, that's like not, sure. It's not modern, that we can say. Anybody know when they stopped making pull tabs?
I can try to find out.
Well, I'm dating myself here, but I remember pull tabs in the 70s. But I believe that it started, much earlier than that.
I'm seeing 1934.
This is when we find
out.
out.
I'm seeing online that look like this are say the 80s.
Oh, go ahead.
But that's just one. Isn't a great source.
Yeah, I'm sifting through a lot.
Jimmy Buffett famously had his foot on one of those flop tops and wasting away in Margaritaville.
So we have eBay involved. We have Jimmy Buffett involved. We're going to get to the bottom of this.
We are at the bottom, Sam.
We are at the bottom.
Oh, my God. I'm very impressed. Caitlin, our videographer who's doing all the clipping in the back, just found like a history of pop tops. So it does look like perhaps that might have been more modern than the time period that we were looking at. A pop top field guide. Wow. Caitlin, you win today. Interesting.
It just shows there's a historian for everything.
Mm-hmm. We won't hold it against our onshore scientists that they weren't entirely sure what year that can was from, right?
I don't know.
Well, some of us are drunk out of those kinds of cans, so we more or less knew.
Yeah.
So this does look like more of the same. It looks like, you know, a small, hard, rocky outcropping that's more heavily sedimented, actually, than I think the last one we saw. Interestingly enough, that one was covered in fish, and this one is really sparsely colonized.
Yeah, I think it likely has something to do with the relief. This is a lot less relief in there, so maybe there's not as much structure.
There are several shrimp, though.
There are.
And a fish. Have we seen the entirety of this target?
I don't believe so.
Oh, cool. Shrimp, what might be crinoid. I don't know what that is.
Looks like an anemone.
An anemone. Some more mucus that might be on the rock to the upper right. I just like saying it now.
Mucus.
Mucus.
You've had many opportunities.
I really have. It's
so
weird.
Yeah. Who would have guessed?
It's not generally how I describe my rocks. Oh, and there's another sea urchin. That one doesn't look like as decorated as some of the other sea urchins that we've seen earlier on this dive. Is that a sideroid urchin?
I think that's what we're getting from Chris Ma.
Ooh, these shrimp look very watchful.
They do. What have you shrimp seen?
Mm-hmm.
Where should we be looking?
And they're aiming in the same direction.
It's true. You think it's a sign?
That we should head that direction next? I think if Joanna were on the line right now, she'd be pointing out what I think is a sponge underneath the rock, sort of to the center right now.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just going to continue around this hard ground while we're, and obviously the idea is we're looking to see if there's any debris that we may have missed. We did see what looked like perhaps a seat cushion and things that could have been metal, and a probably more intriguing than it should have been Schweppes club soda can.
It bred a lot of discussion.
It did. What is that? Is that a fish? It must be a fish. Is it an eel?
It looks like it.
Oh, so Michelle Schauer said that perhaps those shrimps were facing the current, and perhaps she will also give us an ID on this delightful-looking, watchful-looking fish that, I mean, I would just guess was an eel because of its body shape, but I may be completely wrong about that.
Yeah, I think
it is. It's beautiful.
It's super brief. I think the shrimp facing the current is a little bit better than our theory.
Of it pointing the direction towards,
telling us where to go.
That's probably much more reasonable.
I think so.
Are shrimp filter feeders as well? Like, would they stand in the current to catch things, or are they just perhaps getting, like...
I think they're primarily detritivores, but...
Which means they crawl around on the rocks and eat things?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
But I am not a shrimp biologist, so...
Nor am I.
Yeah.
We've seen shrimp catch fish in the midwater and eat them on camera.
Yeah, that is true. We have seen shrimp actively hunting in the midwater.
How big are the fish they're catching if they're actively hunting in the midwater? Are they the same size as the shrimp? Wow, sometimes bigger than the shrimp. So this is probably limestone, just based on the general geology of the area. The coast off of the northern slopes off of Puerto Rico and the whole area around the north part of Puerto Rico is a gently slipping carbonate platform.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about rocky outcroppings. Can you tell us what these rocks are that we're looking at right now?
Yeah, they're most likely limestone. Then that's just a guess based on where we are. While the center of Puerto Rico does have some igneous rocks in its center and its base, most of the rocks that you see fringing around Puerto Rico, a lot of it is limestone. And they have these very massive carbonate platforms that can be up to 2 kilometers thick. And so we're zooming in on a sea star. A little bit of sediment on its body. Waiting to see if Chris might want to tell us what kind of sea star that is.
That's what I keep looking for.
And all these rocks do have what appears to be a manganese crust on them. And that basically means it's not a fresh exposure. It means because the manganese...
Hey.
Oh, hi, Chris.
Hey there. So you have hit a lovely animal that I am trying to get the name out from. You can hear the hilarious sound effects of books falling because I'm scampering through my library trying to get the name. So this is a member of a funny little deep-sea family called the Corethrasteridae. And thanks to the Zoom that the colleagues at GFOE so thoughtfully placed, we saw the very strange kind of funnel-shaped spines that were on the surface. This is an odd thing called remaster, I believe, and I'm trying to get the species name because there's one that lives in this area, and my book is precariously balanced on a number of other books, which may very well fall. But anyway, so remaster is actually known from only a couple of species. Well, there's one in Antarctica, and there's one in the tropical Atlantic. I have no idea why they're sort of arranged in why the species the distribution of the species is in such a strange place. But you see how the surface, there are all these funny little sort of spines that are on the surface. If we were to actually look at those under a scope, they have almost kind of a cup-like arrangement, and there's little spines and things on the surface. they're mysterious animals. I don't know what they do, and I don't know what the funny little structures are for. In fact, this is probably the first time we've seen one alive. So, I'm very happy that that we're able to do this. I mean, the fact that I've said this before, the most valuable part of a lot of these observations is being able to see them alive, and sometimes for the first time in color. I could not have told you that this animal was white, for example, based on the museum specimens that I have, and even though we have people that take fastidious notes during the collection history, sometimes they don't capture things when they're available, such as when they're brought up on the deck of a ship. And there's a bunch of things that thanks to Andrea Quattrini and the other, is that a brittle star or another sea star in the upper right corner there?
I did see what I thought were legs.
You're seeing a host of really good things. Mm-hmm. Yes, there's the urchins that you're seeing are Sideris blakei, and so those are really strange because we don't have a Sideris in view, but you've been seeing a lot of them, and they're really bizarre because the spines are, as you saw, they're wide flanged kind of paddle-shaped things, and those are like that even after you've cleaned off all the stuff on them. And there's no skin on those spines, which is what you typically see on sea urchins, and so a lot of fouling things grow on the spines. That's the characteristic of a lot of sideroids. For some reason, they have no skin on their spines, and so a lot of them have a lot of like worm tubes and sponges and other weird things that grow on the surface. And I think that some people have argued that that's something that they do deliberately. When I had mentioned camouflage, that's what I was talking about, was that some people have argued that the fouling on the spines protects them from predators. Some have argued that, there's some other adaptive benefit that, is not immediately clear. But they're very old, and, and sideroids are, in other moments, we've seen them, people have often attributed, sea urchins to being these kind of peaceful grazers. Sideroids are the opposite of that. They've been observed feeding on stocked crinoids. In fact, some have argued that sideroid urchins are the main reason stocked crinoids develop swimming behavior, and some of them and argued why they've adopted, that the unstocked behavior or the unstocked morphology in some taxa. So, there's a lot of interesting things going on, and I see we have some corals and other sea anemones that are in place here. So there's definitely a lot, and I know that you guys are on your way to trying to investigate this archaeological site. So I will let you guys, or let whoever is going to talk about corals, chime in and talk about this thing. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Chris. That was really great. So we heard from Chris about not just the sea star that we had been looking at, but some of the earlier sea urchins that looked, I'm going to say it, a little bit weird. So
thank you. So that's what I've missed while I was on this live interaction.
Yep.
So I'm joining you guys again now. So we just had a very nice live interaction with children from the Azores, actually from Santa Maria Island.
Oh, great.
And I see that we've now coming across a beautiful scleractinian coral. I wonder if this looks like an Alopsamia, but I'm not 100% sure. We can see actually the main axis having these stripes all along this sort of a ridged skeleton, and beautifully live open polyps there. I'm not sure if this is the first one that you've seen while I was away.
I do think it is, actually.
Okay.
And what we have been looking at while you were on your live interaction was we have found our third target, and it was mostly hard bottom, but we did see some things that could be evidence of human, being human-made. There's something that looked like it was a seat cushion that had floated up against the side of the hard bottom. There's something that, if we all squinted a lot, could be metal.
Okay.
And we also saw a Schweppes club soda can, at which we can say confidently is probably from at least the 70s, if not, before, because it had what looked like a pull tab. So it isn't a modern can. because generally you don't make pull tabs anymore.
Okay, and we're having actually here Chris also, I'm not sure if he had said that in his intervention,
Yes,
that
he
it
did.
was the remaster palmatus, the starfish.
At the time,
Okay.
he told us it was just a remaster, and he wasn't sure what the species was, and so it's great that he has an identification for it. And then Asako was saying this one might be
Dendrophilia. Yeah, so it would be in the same family, Dendrophilidae.
And our idea was to look around this hard bottom, this area of what is probably rocky limestone, to see if anything else perhaps might also be evidence of being human-made.
Yeah, now that actually Asako mentions it, Dendrophilia, it does remind me a bit of the other dendrophilids that we find in the Northeast Atlantic, Dendrophilia cornigera and ramea. And here coming into view, actually to the left is a very large sponge, a very furry one. Very, very hairy sponge there. I think it's a tetractinellid, so within the group, possibly a Geodia sponge. But it's unusually furry for the genus, and you can see there is a lot of sediment on these external spicules. Wow, look at that. That is a furry sponge. So all of these threads that you see projecting from the surface of the sponges are very, very long spicules made of silica. And you can see it accumulates massive amounts of sediment there. And then we see a clearer area at the top, and that's where the oscule or oscules will be located. And because the flow goes from the sides of the sponge through the sponge and then outside from the top, that's probably why it is way clearer from sediment at the top there. And this is a large sponge, probably, I don't know, maybe 30 or 40 centimeter. Oh no, it's actually smaller. So yeah, maybe 20 centimeters across. Very interesting. And often you will see also lots of other small organisms, like small annelids or even small crustaceans living within this spicule cover of the sponge. And here in view now we have a very nice bright red shrimp. I wonder if within the genus Nematocarcinus there is a genus that looks a lot like this. It has this very long antennae. Look at that. Oh, and we have now in view a very large anemone again. Not sure if it's the same species as we've seen earlier on the other rocky outcrop, but they are rather unusual. They have this very long base. While not being actually tube anemones. So some other anemones are called tube anemones, and they have this also very long base, but they would have two rows of tentacles actually. So this is definitely not one of those. This has one main row of tentacles.
Very pretty anemone.
Yeah.
Okay, so Shoreside Science Team, for our archaeologists on the line, so Russ and Mike and a couple others that are joining us here, we are looking for some input from you on what our next steps are. So in just a few moments, our video team is going to switch over to camera 3 to take a look at some data, and we'd like to walk through that with you. Just give us a few minutes because we're still doing some zooms and kind of collecting information, but want to give you a heads up that that will be on channel 3 momentarily, and then we'll chat through some options.
Sounds good. Standing by.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Standing by.
Okay, so if you give it a couple seconds, it's been switched over, so shortly here you should see on video feed 3, should see our backscatter layer. So right now we've looked at both of the first 2 targets that we had that were originally identified. We've also come up to this third target here, and then we are looking for information about where to go next. So we'd like to, I think, probably continue towards this bigger target and maybe come up towards this target that I'm circling now, approximately the correct size, but with the intention that as we go along this field here, we might find some things that were kind of caught up in rock ledges. We think this is a carbonate escarpment, but open to other ideas. I don't think we are going to be able to go over to the third identified target due to the boundaries of where we're operating, but I think anything kind of over in this range is fair game.
Casey, could you point out, if you happen to have it or know, where the Russ's sinking location is on this map for reference?
In the sinking location or the oil spill?
It's over there.
Sorry, the slick or the sinking location?
Well, they're kind of the same, aren't they?
Okay. So
Yeah, we have kind of conflicting coordinates that I think are probably a transposed digit in one or the other, but I don't know which one it is. Okay. So because they're so perfectly on a line with each other.
Gotcha.
I think that I think going over to that ridge, so basically going north of where we are, is good because just we're in the general area, and a lot of the stuff could have floated and drifted. And I think just getting eyes on the seabed and looking for debris, and a carbonate ridge can capture quite of that. So I think that's, from an exploration standpoint, that probably makes the most sense. Russ, do you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the way to go.
And in addition, if we have this reflection on this ridge, and if the aircraft is somewhere on there fortuitously, it would potentially obscure us seeing it in the backscatter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed. Okay, so to confirm, we're basically going to head in this direction, pick up the ridge, look for anything interesting along there, and then tentatively, when we've completed our looking at this ridge, if we still have time, potentially look forward into another target if we find one. Sound good for right now?
Sounds great.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys.
Roger that.
We'll communicate this to the pilots.
And so what we are seeing now here, actually, these are zoanthids growing over a coral stalk of some kind. And then behind it, I think it's behind it, some shrimp. Is hiding there.
It's so coy.
Yeah. And there behind is actually a small sponge. A glass sponge. Oh, and it's actually very interesting. Those white dots that we're seeing there might actually be larvae of the sponge that are pretty much ready to be released in the water.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's very cool. And that's not common at all that we see that. Actually, we know very little about sponge reproduction. How many times a year they reproduce. So this is actually a really cool observation. So perhaps if we can have a snap zoom on that sponge, that would be great, pilots. It's excellent. Thank you. Yeah, this seems to be quite. Oh, is that a Pepsi can or some sort of can? Ooh. So the pilots are, they're coming in for a close-up zoom on the sponge. Perhaps we will be able to see if these are indeed. So some of these glass sponges also have small zoanthids associated with them. So that's what I'm sort of trying to figure out, whether these would be sponge larvae or indeed this could be some zoanthids associated. So they seem to be pretty embedded into the sponge tissue, so in the inside of the sponge. It's not easy to be sure, but still a very interesting observation here. Thank you, pilots. Yeah, thank you. So that's a very festive can. Looks like it has this confetti and Yeah, Samir is saying this is old school Pepsi. And yeah, here coming into view again what seems to be a very large sponge, possibly again at the tractinellids. Vase-shaped. It's quite massive actually, and below of it there's some hydrocorals. And we see also crinoid. We're just gonna have a quick zoom in on the sponge. See if we can make something of its identification. It's definitely a demo sponge, so not a glass sponge, so there it's in a completely different class of sponges. I'm actually not sure that this is a tetractinellid now, looking at it like this. It has a rather unusual shape. And just below of it we can see on those white corals coming into view now. Those are hydrocorals, possibly within the family Stylasteridae. These ones are relatively small, and we can see usually they have their polyps towards one of the sides of the colony, and that's to maximize the capture of particles. So usually they face the current and thereby maximize the capture of particles from the seawater. So these shrimp seem to be very abundant in this area, actually. Ooh, and look at how their eyes reflect the light of the ROV. It's amazing. No, that's okay. We can move. Thank you. So for those joining us from shore, we are now at a depth of roughly 570 meters. We have surveyed 3 of the targets we had planned for this dive, and we are now going to enter in tow mode with the ROV and move towards a 4th target area in search of the Clipper Endeavour aircraft.
Yeah, we're just any evidence of it at all. We've seen a couple things particularly on this target that were definitely anthropogenic. We're not sure exactly the vintage of some of the soda cans that we were seeing. But we did see what looks like it could be some sort of seat cushion and some things that look like they could be some sort of metal.
Okay.
But we haven't seen anything super that we really thought like this is definitely from a plane. So we're going to keep looking around. Unfortunately, some of the targets that we had identified before are within the bounds of a marine protected area, and kind of with the nature of this switch in operations, we don't have the permitting to go inside of those areas, which is unfortunate. But kind of what our plan is moving forward is to look for some more of these rocky outcropping type things that would catch potential items that have been floating around, and see if we can see anything.
And perhaps I could make just a short summary now also in Spanish for those who are joining us from Puerto Rico. Hola, buenas tardes. Para quien nos sigue desde Puerto Rico, estamos aquí con el Okeanos Explorer en un mergullo, el mergullo número 5 de la campaña Voyage to the Ridge EX2206. Estamos justo aquí al norte de Puerto Rico en busca del aircraft de Panamer que se despeñó en 1952. Hasta ahora estuvimos en 3 sitios diferentes para los cuales habría alguna evidencia de los sonares del navío de poder ser el avión, pero en todos 3 casos lo que hemos visto en verdad es que eran afloramientos rocosos con alguna bastante biodiversidad asociada, pero hasta ahorita sin señales de ser el destrozo del avión. Ahorita mismo estamos a cerca de 575 metros de profundidad. Vamos a entrar con el ROV en tow mode, que significa que nos vamos a subir un poco en la columna de agua y podemos deslocarnos un poco también más rápido hacia un cuarto target a mirarse por fin podemos tener más evidencia del avión. Hasta ahora hemos visto en el mergullo varias especies de peces, incluyendo especies comerciales como el cartucho, the queen snapper. También algunas especies de corales y de esponjas diferentes, varios crustáceos, mayoritariamente especies suspensívoras o especies filtradoras, principalmente las que estaban asociadas en los fondos rocosos. Y gracias por acompañarnos en este mergullo.
This looks like some more.
At least some can or so.
Cans.
Yeah.
Some other stuff. I think we're all going to be experts in old soda cans by the end of this dive.
There's also a fish there. Is that a frogfish, a Shaunax? Yes, it looks like it. Just next. Oh.
There's a couple different.
There's actually quite a few different things there.
Yeah, it's hard with how sedimented everything is, but
yeah,
almost looks like.
Yeah, there's a small fish there in that burrow, but some of this looks a bit foamy.
Looks like a beer can there.
Yeah, I can read something draft.
I think it's Miller Genuine Draft. Don't ask me how I know that.
And a beautiful frogfish, Shaunax.
It looks like some sort of piece of metal there too. And then there's all. I bet there's a bunch of this stuff buried too.
Yeah. It looked like there was some sort of frame as well there. Strange.
Yeah, one of the difficulties about this site too is that we're relatively near shore, so it's unfortunately not unusual for stuff to drift out.
Exactly.
It's just sadly the normal human footprint.
So we saw a few pieces of biology that just went by. I think the one might have been a sea pen. There was a fish, but they were so far to the edge of the frame that we weren't able to really take a look at them. So we're still moving down slope a little bit. We're at 587 meters now, on our way to another target that shows up highly in the reflectance. However, it is much, much bigger than an airplane, so I'm thinking we're assuming this is going to be a rocky outcrop, but maybe if we're lucky, we'll see some debris that might have bounded up against it.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought here. In the absence of being able to identify or to further explore some of the targets in areas that we are not permitted to go, I think finding somewhere with this hard substrate may act as like a catch for any debris in the area, especially since it is so flat and sandy. Also, the fact that it's moving downslope is a little bit more promising in my mind, as things may have continued to flow downwards over the past 70 years. But we'll see. We've seen, and we keep bringing it up, but it's true. We've seen a lot of different evidence of human trash or whatnot, and it's all heavily sedimented, and it's just very hard to tell where it's coming from without seeing an aluminum hull or any like very convincing evidence. And everything that we've seen has been like small here or there things.
Not always totally convincing.
Exactly. As much as we want to convince ourselves.
Is that a fish? What is that? Oh, right in the middle bottom. I guess it's not a fish. Nope, it's not moving there. Probably not a fish.
Is it another can?
Is it another can? It does look like another can. And I'm sorry, my knowledge of cans on the seafloor is actually not much better than my knowledge of fish on the seafloor.
It's increasing, though.
I have been really enjoying seeing all these tube anemones on this dive.
Yeah.
This is watch lead. I was going to say, could we try to zoom in on a few things as we pass them by, but I know you're always doing that. Oh, I don't want that to happen. Nope. I would say keep moving. Just if we can catch things, but if not, no big deal. That's a great idea.
I think this may be a good opportunity just to kind of thank all of the shoreside scientists that are both participating in this dive and that have helped us quickly plan 8 dives within the Puerto Rico region. Having that input from the scientists ashore is critical for us doing the mission. Here's another one of those beard fishes.
See, I remember that because it
I don't
has
think I'm going to
the
forget
little
that
beard.
one. Yeah.
Isn't that cool? Are those sensory organs?
I feel like they must be. It looks kind of like
He's like kind of using them, right, on the seafloor?
checking it out, seeing what's within the sand, I imagine.
Oh, that is so cool. It's almost like he's walking with his barbels.
Yep, it looks...
Oh, they stir up the food. Oh, that's fascinating. Thank you, Michelle. That's from one of our onshore scientists, and she's calling this a polymixia. So we're about 150 meters away from our next site, which is, you know, as we said, this is actually a much bigger reflected signal. It's much more likely to be an outcrop. It's far bigger than the target for an airplane. But the hopes are we might see some debris. And if not, we'll investigate some nice hard bottom in this area. Maybe see if we could see another aggregation of fish or more of the anemones.
Yeah, no matter where we end up, we're going to try to make the most of it.
Yeah, exactly. The thinking is that potentially lighter debris could have hung up in the the relief in that area, and potentially, because of it's all hard bottom there, that it could even have an airplane resting on top of it, and there'd be no way to distinguish that from the surface using the hull-mounted multi. So
I was thinking that, but I wasn't going to say
explore, it. And we will find something that no one has ever seen. Whether it's an airplane wreck or a stretch of the seafloor or new life.
I really appreciate your optimism.
Yeah, and it is a great point. It's even if we aren't finding what we were anticipating, we still are finding things of great value to the scientific community.
I think the saying is, that's why it's called fishing, not catching, and that's why it's called exploring, not finding. It's not finding until you do the work. So we'll keep doing the work.
Absolutely. Looks like a ctenophore.
How pretty.
They are. They're so cool. It's like mesmerizing.
About 10 centimeters big.
Mm-hmm.
It is mesmerizing. I think that's why everyone just got really quiet.
Yeah.
We're just all watching the ctenophore.
Yeah, there have been different flavors of silence throughout this dive. Mm-hmm. There's been silence out of anticipation, silence out of trying to figure out what you're looking at, and then silence from some of the beauty of some of these organisms.
What's that little feature right in front of us? Well, to the right in front of us.
It's hard to tell.
For anyone who's just joining us, we are on the seafloor off of the north coast of Puerto Rico, investigating targets that could potentially be the wreckage of Clipper Endeavour, a Pan American Airways DC-4 airliner that crashed shortly after takeoff from San Juan in April of 1952. There were 69 people aboard, 5 crew, and 64 passengers, mostly from the community on Puerto Rico. The plane was ditched successfully, actually, in very heavy seas, but tragically flooded very quickly, and only a few people managed to escape the sinking plane. Of those on board, the 5 crew and 12 passengers survived for a total of 17. We have been looking into this, researching this. Myself and my team at my nonprofit, Air Heritage Foundation, have been researching this incident for the last 3 years and hoping for the opportunity to investigate these anomalies, and that has finally presented itself to work in collaboration with NOAA Ocean Exploration, and to attempt to find this this significant wreck and hopefully bring closure to the families of those lost, and to better understand the potential cultural resource, important cultural resource here in the seas off of Puerto Rico, and to understand it and better protect it in the future. So far, we've investigated 3 promising targets, hard reflective targets that were identified in the multi-beam data from previous years' exploration by Okeanos Explorer. We have discovered essentially rocky outcroppings in the midst of this very flat, soft sediment, and are continuing our explorations now to the north, and opportunistically looking at some of the interesting life and geology along the way. I hope that wasn't something too interesting that just went by underneath the screen.
No problem. That was great. I don't know. I thought it looked like a piece of wood, but that was my guess.
Yeah, it looked like a larger log to me.
Yeah. Yeah, we are exploring these targets, trying to see if maybe if we can't find an aircraft, perhaps we can at least find some evidence that is related to this unfortunate tragedy.
Yeah, and since it's likely that the plane broke in at least 2 pieces on its descent to the seafloor, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a relatively broad debris field throughout the area. So just kind of doing transects across gives us a little bit of a wider exploration footprint in this area of just seeing if we can see anything. If not the whole of the aircraft.
Yeah, that's right, Sam. We know from the historical record that the airplane actually broke up on the surface in the ditching itself. Most of the aircraft remained intact, within the passenger compartment and the cockpit. The first indication that anything had happened was the first officer looked out his window and saw the tail of the airplane floating and sinking. That area where it broke apart was actually the baggage compartment. So that would mean that the passenger luggage was scattered, from the surface, from 500 to 600 meters above the sea floor, and would have settled over, as you said, a very large area. So as we move, we're continuing to keep an eye out for any kind of man-made objects that could potentially have been part of that that baggage and that cargo, and that may have hung up in this more rocky area that we're going to be investigating soon, and that it could conceivably mask even the airplane itself, from that distance. So as we get closer, I believe we'll be able to see more with the sonar mounted, the forward-looking sonar mounted on the vehicle itself, and of course using our cameras to continue to search for any signs of this lost airplane.
Yep, absolutely. And I think people can still look at.
This is also bringing us a lot. Oh, go ahead.
No, please, you go.
Oh, I was just going to mention this is also bringing us closer to the reported positions of the oil slick that was documented on the surface by the rescuers. So, we're very much in the area now that was reported at the time. We don't know how much the wind and waves acted on that to move it from the actual site of the airplane sinking. So we know we're in the vicinity, and we'll just keep looking. We had two other targets that were identified as very promising that have turned out they are within a marine protected area. So we are going to look. We're going to stay outside of there, and without unless we without any permit, without having the proper permissions, we will not be investigating those targets at this time. But we have other ideas on places to look.
And we're still moving just a little bit downslope. We're now at a depth of 600 meters on our way to this larger target, where Russ will never give up hope that we might find part of an aircraft.
I'm not willing to give up hope either.
I'm not willing to give up hope either. I really like the explanation.
Never.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we know we know it's down here, and we know it's close.
Mm-hmm.
So the only thing to do is to keep looking.
Exactly.
Yeah, and everywhere that we're able to look today just hones in where it isn't, and will make it easier to determine future areas for exploration. And the more of these hard backscatter returns that we're able to investigate, one, it helps us ground truth the backscatter data as it is. So if we see something like this, we would expect it to be a rocky outcropping or potentially that. And there are only so many hard targets in this area that we've seen. And while it likely is fairly sedimented over the past 70 years, I would imagine that you would still see a harder return from the aluminum hull.
Yeah, that's a great point. We're eliminating possibilities and narrowing it down as to where it could possibly be, and I'm sure given an opportunity in the future, if necessary, we'll be able to follow up again. This came together so quickly that we're operating as best we can, and we can take steps in the future again, if necessary, I'm not saying that we, are going to need to do this again. There's still a lot of time and seafloor to look at today.
Yeah, I think we feel the same way. And this was a very opportunistic dive for us. It wasn't initially planned. We kind of had to switch gears relatively quickly from our previous expedition. And so that's to say that you never really know when somebody's going to be in the area with the capabilities and the ability to transition into a dive such as this quickly. I think was really great. And it's a huge thanks to our partners on shore for that. And it's also all of the data that we're collecting today, particularly if we don't end up seeing anything, will become public pretty shortly after. And that we'll be able to share it with other scientists on other vessels that may be operating in the region. So we can just continue this collaborative effort into the future, again, if necessary, which as of now we're hoping won't be.
Actually, I guess I could also mention, Sam, that, as you mentioned, this is the first of our Puerto Rico dives. We're slated to have 7 more, barring weather or anything, happening. But, and those are going to be more on a combination of the biology and geology around the area. We're actually going to be kind of making our way around the whole island, stopping in different places that our shore-based scientists have identified as being of interest. And so we'll be looking at an area in the Mona Passage tomorrow, the Mona Canyon, and we'll be looking at some of the cliff faces there. We will be doing several different dives to look at fisheries and biodiversity. We'll hopefully be investigating an old rupture of an earthquake, so the trace of the earthquake on the seafloor. And I think that a lot of them will have a really great combination of both the biology and the geology, because there's so many objectives that we can hit here. And then one of our last 2 dives is scheduled to be within the trench itself, which should be very, very interesting, the Puerto Rico Trench. And that's an area where the North American plate is subducting underneath the Caribbean plate. So it'll be really, really exciting. But I think that these next 7 dives, and this one as well, we're hitting a lot in such a short period of time.
Yeah, and I think it really highlights just the diversity of this island and its surrounding waters. And it's great that we're able to look at so many different places. And with our capabilities, we're able to extend our exploration a little bit deeper than what's been done in the past. So we've been collaborating with scientists that may be doing ROV dives in the shallows. And then we can look at connectivity. We can look at how species distributions change as we go deeper and really paint a broader picture of this area and its just amazing diversity.
And also, I think one of the things that will be interesting in addition to the biodiversity angle is the geohazards angle, because Puerto Rico is seismically active. It has actually ongoing earthquakes even now. It did have a swarm of earthquakes in early 2020 that are actually still ongoing, and that was in the southern part of the island. And it's interesting because it's of value to all the people who live here. It's something they have to live with as a geohazard: earthquakes, tsunamis, and submarine landslides. So hopefully we can be helpful. And we are starting to see some returns on the sonar, again on stream 3 if you're interested, about 60 meters away.
Yeah, I got to listen in on the planning call, for this, and I can attest to just how many, the variety and the number of just cool ideas that were proposed in that, and the enthusiasm of all the people involved. And it was very impressive to see how quickly the community came together and were able to plan something like this, because it's really only been about five or 6 days since this was announced. So it was really something to see.
Yeah, it was fantastic, and it was wonderful to see such a large group of people jump in so quickly. And actually, in that 1 hour and 15-minute dive planning call, I think we got twice as many places that we could have even gone to.
And they keep coming. I wish we had 2 months here.
Yeah.
But I really look forward to it. I've actually never visited Puerto Rico before. This was my first time. I don't know if it counts if when we come back to shore, does that count as our second time being in Puerto Rico? Or is this all sort of one time in Puerto Rico?
Yeah, it's still all part of one
so
one
we can't
trip.
say we're frequent visitors.
No. Actually,
it will not be my last time, though.
Actually, for me, it's my first time in the Caribbean. So
wow.
This is very exciting. And actually, when we started shifting gears for this part of the expedition, and we start looking into some of the maps and some of the geological history, I was actually quite excited to see how in such a short or small spatial scale and such a short distance from shore, you have all types of geomorphological features, from fringing reefs to canyons, troughs, seamounts, and even the trench. It's quite spectacular. And typically that's actually also a sign for high biodiversity, of course, because there's a number of organisms that have had the opportunity to adapt to the different ecosystems and, and to speciate.
I'm going to guess it's a polymixia.
I'm going to guess that too. Even though I'm not a fish expert.
I am not either, but it does
but you
look
see
like
those
the same
little
one
barbels.
That we saw with
Okay.
the barbels. If nothing else, by the end of this dive, perhaps
we will know
identify a polymixia.
I feel like you get one organism a dive that you lock down.
Now I just have to remember it from dive to dive. I feel pretty good about the sponges, though, Joanna. I've been listening to what you've been saying.
Yeah, you're getting pretty good at it.
Slowly but surely.
Probably just as good as I'm getting at rocks.
Nice. I can believe that.
Well, that's why we have both of you here.
And if I may say, so one of the objectives of this campaign is to look into diversity and distribution patterns of various taxonomic groups. And so far, for the sponges that we've seen on this dive, I do not recognize them as occurring, for instance, along the Mid-Atlantic Ridge or on the Azores Plateau. So we might see actually here distinct communities, but we've seen very few so far. So let's wait until we've had a better picture of the overall community of the area.
Yep. It does look like there's something in the radar about 20 meters out.
That quiet anticipation.
Is that a shark
again.
coming into view to our left?
Oh, that was a fish.
Like it.
Where?
It looks like a shark. That looks like a shark. Yeah. It is possibly a very small shark.
Can you tell by the way its tail fin looks?
Yeah, look at that.
Oh, that's cool.
That's a beauty. Has these stripes all along the upper part of its body. A mottled fins. Oh, look at that. Whoop. It's gone. That's a great view, though.
What? Yeah.
For a second, I was thinking maybe he's trying to lead us somewhere.
We're seeing here some sort of, what is that? Looks like a bamboo cane.
Something like
that.
Is that
a bamboo cane?
Definitely looks.
Yeah.
Like some sort of plant.
Yeah. Yeah, at first it looked like some sort of cable, but...
Yeah, I don't think so.
No.
Seems to be some object in the forward-looking sonar that's casting a bit of a shadow. It might have some relief off the bottom.
I'm looking at the same thing as you are right now. It does definitely look like there's some shadow. And I think this is what it is starting to come into the frame now.
It's a strange
pointy
elevation there.
Very triangular.
Pointy.
Yeah.
Is it entirely covered in sediment?
And it looks like as we're approaching what we believe to be potentially a carbonate shelf or some sort of harder bottom, we're seeing a lot more targets within the forward-facing sonar. So we may spend some time kind of perusing this area, seeing if anything is poking up out of the sediment.
And Michelle here in the chat room was suggesting lantern shark, so Ethmpterus genus for the shark we just saw. Thank you, Michelle. This is strange.
No, I mean, it could just be a small ridge that's just covered in sediment. I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it could be. It does seem awfully angular, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
If it's a rock, there's no exposure to it at the moment.
Oh, yeah. It looks like you can see which direction the currents are likely coming from. There's a scour behind it.
Yeah. See a shrimp?
Yeah, there's a shrimp. There's also a sponge there.
What's the black?
But yeah, that's what I'm.
Are those leaves?
They
thinking.
do look like
they
leaves.
They do look like leaves. Yeah.
So we just found a trap on the seafloor. It's collecting stuff from upslope.
There's a very small coral actually also to the left of that shrimp.
Right next to it, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm wondering if it is some kind of black coral. It seems the axis to be quite dark. And again, some more of that plant material of some sort there.
Yeah.
It's actually interesting to see quite a lot of plant material. I wonder to which extent this also actually feeds these trophic food webs in the deep sea.
I guess I don't find it that surprising, just because we aren't all that
We're
far
not
from
that
shore.
far. That's true.
And it's kind of coming down slope.
Yeah.
But if it's coming from the land,
something very shiny.
What is
there.
the shiny thing?
Yeah. Possibly again some sort of can.
It definitely looks like metal.
Yeah, something metal.
It's kind of hard to get a determination of size.
Does aluminum remain shiny for long on the seafloor?
That sounds like a question for our shoreside support.
It does look like a Capri Sun bag. Oh, God. If so, that was not being served on that aircraft.
No, probably not.
Yeah, still finding this ridge unusual. But what do I know?
No, I mean, I think it's that we haven't seen one that was completely coated in sediment before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder if on the other side, where it looks like there's more sand scouring behind it, if there'll be some exposed rock or expose something else.
I guess I was really expecting, though, that we would have seen a debris field of more things before we saw a piece of...
Yeah, it's hard to tell. It's just without knowing what
Yeah, that's true.
everything was, and it was a very elevated sea state at the time. I imagine there's quite a bit of scattering. And a lot can change in 70 years.
Yeah, very much so.
And I think we have there another toadfish.
Ooh, I haven't seen a toadfish yet.
Oh, they're beautiful.
I love them. Yes, please.
Yes, please.
We need a beauty shot of the fish. Are these the ones that look super grumpy?
Yes,
I love them.
It's a pity there. It's not looking.
Please
it's
turn
not
in our direction.
It's not facing us.
They're the ones who sort of have walking fins,
yes,
right?
that's the one.
I
there,
love them.
you can see those there.
Yep. They're like my favorites.
So this is possibly within the genus Aeronautics, and they're super fun.
They really are. They just capture your imagination.
So before I joined this cruise, my kids said I could not come home without seeing one of these. So now I could go home.
That's good.
This is their favorite fish.
I think it's everybody's favorite fish. It's really too bad that it's not facing us, though. I like its little grumpy face. It reminds me of me, grumpy all the time.
Thank you, pilots. That's a beautiful shot.
Beautiful
of the
color.
Yeah, beautiful shot of the grumpy fish.
Of the grumpy fish.
Totally undisturbed by us.
Yeah. It's like if I just stand still, you will leave me alone. Yeah. So about 40 meters away, there are some more reflections on the sonar.
I
turn?
I think it's turning.
Wow, I stopped with the sonar for 1 minute. Woo!
There we go.
Still looks grumpy.
Now is inspecting us. Look at that.
And that organ between its eyes is the same function as the anglerfish?
I think it is, yes. So I think it will project, like a little, how do you call that, like a pole.
Oh my God,
Look
I love
it. And it's amazing how these fins became adapted for it to walk along the seafloor instead of, just swimming around.
Exactly.
Yeah,
he's really not live like the ones we see sort of floating through the water, skimming their way along the water. He's sort of, whatever, I'm going to jump from place to place.
Thank you.
Just settling so he can hang out with us.
So pink frogmouth, the common name for this. I'm hearing here from Michelle. Pink frogmouth. We tend to call it toadfish. Aeronautics pictus. So it is indeed within the genus Aeronautics.
So we have a number of nice returns to look at. This time has been very interesting because we've basically been going downslope the whole time, which is rare.
Yeah, it's different than our general mode of operation because it's a little bit harder to see as you're moving downslope. And also we always have the consideration of the tether that attaches the dual body ROV system to the ship. And so we don't want to be moving in a position where we could potentially get snagged.
This has been a very gentle slope, though. So
very gentle.
You know, in the entire time that we've been transiting, we've gone, what, about just a little over 100 meters down in slope. So and that's been over several hours.
Yeah, and the risk is a little lower in these sandy environments rather than if you're going down kind of a rock face.
So look at this guy.
Polymixia, you mean?
Oh, I wasn't looking at the fish, actually. I was looking at the... Okay, that's cute, too.
Yeah. Oh, just bumped into that sea pen.
Didn't seem to bother either one of them.
No. Boop.
Might be a little bright down there for him.
Beautiful shimmering there. Checking who's faster, if the fish or the ROV. Yeah.
I think we know the answer to that.
Yeah. So this is again more of this carbonate.
It does look like that.
Type of
yeah.
rock.
It's just so much more sedimented than the previous ones that we've looked at. I wonder what these little mounds are on the seafloor.
Yeah, that's a good question. Probably some markings, some... They don't quite look like a burrow, actually. So I wonder who's making them.
Not me.
No. Yeah, and we've seen a number of also of these trace marks across the seafloor, what they call in German Lebensspuren. And those are trace marks of various types of organisms, either worms or some crustaceans, some fish also.
And that's superimposed on sort of the ripple.
Yeah.
The broad. They're really broad ripples.
Is that a fish as well to the right there, bottom right? It's very
it looks
still.
like it's hanging in air.
Yeah, it's very still. It's very still there.
It looks like it might be another one of those lantern sharks.
No, it's not. It's not a shark. This one. This is something different.
It almost looks like a sea robin.
Yeah. What is that? That is a very strange face.
It has like this very projected rostrum and very big eyes. Almost looks like it has a beak.
Anyone in the chat room would like to identify this delightful but somewhat weird-looking fish? Go ahead, Nev.
And yet another instance where it's just resting on the bottom.
Yeah, that sounds right. So we're in an area that has a number of different sonar returns, and so what we're going to do is just investigate each one of them, go up to them and take a look and see what we can find. What's that one?
Looks like there's something
That's
right in front
big.
of us. Yeah.
Oh. So as for the fish we just saw, Michelle here in the chat room was saying Aulopus filamentosus, so the royal flagfin.
Oh.
This is looking a little rocky.
Yeah, it is. It does look like a limestone outcrop with a couple of boulders that have fallen off of it. What do you think that thing is on the bottom right? Ooh, that's a rock.
Whoa. Oh,
there
lots
we go.
of cans,
yeah, lots
actually.
of cans.
And
bags.
Some sort of bags?
Yeah, it's like
actually,
probably
yeah.
what came out of the bag.
Looks like.
Is that a beer can?
Why are you looking at me?
Medalla.
I was not looking at Sam, for the record.
It says medalla.
It is medallion.
That's, which is a beer, right?
It is.
And
a
bud. A bud as well.
Oh, and
Looks
an
like an
oil.
oil
It looks like an
can.
oil can. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, that is not delightful.
And looks like there's a coconut shell there as well.
Yeah,
It
with
seems
something
to
in
have,
it?
yes, it seems like there's something in it.
This is always just kind of
Yeah.
depressing to find just anthropogenic material, which we would normally call trash, on the seafloor. Always just a bit depressing.
It really is.
I wonder what's living in it. Looks like is there something living in there?
You want to poke it?
No, that's okay.
Maybe it's an octopus. This is just wishful thinking, by the way.
It's, yeah, difficult to say, really.
If we zoomed in on it more, could we find out?
We're at our max.
Yeah.
That's okay. Thank you, pilots.
Still very exciting.
Is that an urchin test next to it?
It did look like an urchin
exactly,
test, yeah.
There's some more debris here at the front as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of times people, even living in coastal cities and coastal towns, don't realize how much of what is left on the ground ends up in the ocean and affecting even these deeper water habitats.
But also, trash often also used to get tossed off of ships a lot.
Yeah,
definitely.
And that is no longer the case, but until fairly recently, that was a common practice. So we can't just necessarily blame the people who are on land.
Oh, no. It kind of always makes me a little more conscious of what I'm doing.
Yep.
And making sure that I'm trying to be a little more responsible.
Yep. The last thing we want to see on the seafloor is trash. I think it makes it really depressing every time.
It does.
So in case you may have heard the loud ringing on the ship, that was a fire drill that they'll be conducting around us. And as Sam and I were talking about earlier in the dive, there are a lot of drills at sea to make sure that if and when anything goes wrong, muscle memory takes over and you do what you need to do rather than flailing about wildly. And here we are looking at more of these much more heavily sedimented slopes, sloping rocky outcrops. And we have been moving down slope a little bit, so it's not that surprising that it's catching more of the sediment, catching more of the anthropogenic material. These look kind of blocky.
Seaweed? I think those are seaweed. Yeah. Yeah, and we have there a sea star to the right.
So we're just continually moving through this field where there have been a number of reflections. Almost all of them, at least, appears to be are just small rocky outcrops. That's very smooth, though. Very smooth. Could we zoom in right sort of in the center where we are right now and then to the left? Yep. I guess I can convince myself those are rocks.
Those are beautiful sponges. You see the rock, I see the sponge.
Yep.
And a stilastrate coral.
Yeah.
One of these hydrocorals, but you see, these tubular sponges, those are exactinalids, so glass sponges. And they have these very intricate skeletons. You see all the different tubes coming from the base.
Beautiful.
Yeah, they are. And when you look at them under the microscope, it looks like lace, only made of glass.
And then I think as we zoom out again, I think there was some more trash on the seafloor just to our left. And what I find interesting is that when you look above where we were just looking, the rocks looked quite smooth. And I don't know if that's just because of sediment. I mean, maybe it's not trash, but it looks like trash to me.
Yeah, it looks like a cup of some sort or
a
bit of plastic.
And a fish.
A little fish coming into view. Ooh, that's tiny. Very gracious.
Look how smooth that rock is, Joanna, though.
It is.
It's like a mushroom.
Yeah.
There's some really interesting structures in the sonar right now.
Wow.
It's just heavily sedimented limestone probably, but look at those sponges, Joanna. I mean, they're also heavily sedimented. Everything here is heavily sedimented.
Yeah, so sedimentation rates here must be actually quite high.
I think we're a little bit in a chute where...
Which makes me wonder if, the aircraft could have been, covered in sediment. Not sure how feasible that would be, or how plausible, but...
Well, according to a sedimentation study that was done off of Puerto Rico, although I think it was done in southwest Puerto Rico, they found that the accumulation rate was higher than 10 milligrams per square centimeter per day. So,
per day. Yeah, but this rock almost looks like a dome there.
Yeah, it does. I don't know why.
It's very interesting.
I agree.
Look at me, Deb.
I know.
I'm appreciating rocks.
We'll get you by the end, Joanna. We'll get you by the end.
And this is a relatively large feature as well, actually. We could zoom in on that fish center in the image, and then perhaps on one of those sponges we've been seeing. It's funny, it looks different from what we've seen earlier. This fish, only the colors and the mottled appearance is somewhat similar. Perhaps someone in the chat room can weigh in on this and help us out with that idea of this fish. It looks sleepy.
Me too. I know, I always just wonder if they're lying low because there's a large car-sized robot staring at them with some bright lights.
And just underneath it we see again these stilasterite corals or hydrocorals. Yeah, so this is like, 15 centimeters long? Yeah. Maybe 20. Yeah. Top left. Yeah. There we go. Oh, wow.
All is well on the ship?
I'm really curious. I don't know what those very bright white markings on the sponge are. Again, we've seen this earlier. It really makes me wonder if this could be... yeah, we have to pull back. Thank you, pilot. Yeah? No, that's okay. Thank you. And while we see some biota here, we can also see that it's probably not as diverse or dense as we would expect from a rocky area, and that might be perhaps because of the sedimentation rate being very high, and so not very good for settlement of larvae.
Right. Are these white things rock sponges?
I don't think they are rock sponges. I think they are probably demo sponges, but not within that group, which is actually a polyphyletic group. So it's not let's say a true evolutionary group.
Plenty of sea fans right there, or sea pens.
Actually, I think those are I think if they are what we've seen earlier, they will be possibly some coral stalks with covered with zoanthids. But
very cool.
What are these black things here?
I don't know. What are those black things?
Is it?
I don't know.
Are those more of those leaf-like things that we saw before?
Yeah,
yeah, they are.
Yeah, they are. Gosh.
It's attached to a stalk this time.
Yeah. They are. So not what we were possibly expecting. Oh, there we go, a new star, a sea star, and some.
What is that?
Bit of fabric, I think.
It does look like fabric.
Yeah.
So I wonder if it's like a skirt or a shirt, or looks like it has pleats.
It's difficult to say. Yeah, some sort of cloth.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Looks a bit like a scarf.
Curtains.
Yes, can we zoom in on the sea star? I think we still have Chris Ma with us here in the chat room. You may be able to have a quick look at it. A nice 5 arms white sea star. Thank you. That's okay, pilot. Thank you. Yeah, and Chris here in the chat room is saying probably an Enrisia sea star. So as for the genus Enrisia. Thanks, Chris. Can we zoom in on that white thing coming, center screen? Wonder what that is. Is that again debris?
Yeah, it looks like a plastic bag.
Yeah, it looks like a plastic bag. Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. And whenever we have the opportunity, if we can zoom in on one of those spirally things we're seeing on the left of the screen, we've seen a number of those. I just want to make sure whether those are corals, or those look like zoanthids growing on something. Yeah, they are. Yes, they are. Yeah, these are zoanthids. Yeah.
Very interesting looking.
Yeah, they are. I've never seen them like this either, so I don't know if we have a coral expert here in the chat. I don't think so.
Very whimsical.
Yeah. It's like they are coiled, like there's like a central axis that is coiled, and then you see all of those polyps coming from that central coil. Here's something new that I did not know.
Seeing in the chat, definitely a zoanthid, which I think you're agreeing with.
Yeah. Saku is also questioning here in the chat. So, what would be the original skeleton? And this I do not know. So that's usually the zoanthids are covering other hard substrates because they are basically related to anemones. So they don't have like a hard skeleton of their own. So, but then they must be overgrowing some other skeleton, which has this coil appearance. But we haven't seen any other corals here in this area with that appearance. So that's a mystery. And this is actually a large structure, isn't it, Deb?
It is. And we're getting into an area where there's actually a number of large outcrops.
Yeah, it looks a bit more like a canyon-like thing.
That's like a nice, massive
yeah,
wall.
That's a large wall.
Of what's probably limestone.
Yeah, and we can see from the sonar that all this area now around here, it seems to be pretty rocky.
I wonder what that line is. You can see that line that's sort of crossing from the middle center.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's a hard, like a more resistant surface, and things eroded around it.
Maybe it has a little more relief, and so the sediment falls to either side. It's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah, but what would have caused the original relief?
That's a really good question.
Okay, but here we are actually starting to see a lot more corals, a lot more density and possibly diversity as well. Yeah. So some of these seem to be again those zoanthids overgrowing something.
Go ahead, Nav. Yep, thank you very much. I think maybe for right now we probably want to spend, I would say, if we can, about 15 minutes here just looking at the diversity because we haven't really had a chance before. Is that possible? Okay. Fantastic.
If we can zoom in on some of these corals would be great. Yes, please, yes. The one in the center, yeah. So we are starting to see now some more of these scleractinian corals. I'm mere thinking whether this would be Madrepora, actually. The branches are relatively thin. Beautiful, beautiful pink polyps. So I'm a little bit in between actually Madrepora and Lophilia for this one. Might actually be Lophilia. Very nice colony there. And I think we have a squat. Well, we see here also the a barnacle to the left, and then hiding back there is possibly a squat lobster. Yeah. Oh.
More fire drills, or perhaps the coral alert.
I think we do need a coral alarm on the ship. But no, you're right. We go through a suite of drills every week. And so a fire drill, an abandoned ship drill, and then occasionally a man overboard drill.
Yeah, and we have here also an ophiuroid, a brittle star. Here center. Actually, there's a bunch of other small organisms living here in this coral framework. Very spiny arms here, these brittle stars. That's a beautiful shot. And one can see how these colonies serve as an habitat for a number of other organisms. Look at that squat lobster perched there at the very top.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, and Chris Myers here commenting in the chat room that the very spiny brittle star we just saw is Ophiomitra vida. That was collected by Andrea Cotrini in a previous expedition here in the area. And vida, I don't know what was behind the name vida, but vida in Portuguese means life.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that was the inspiration.
Maybe it was a very lively ophiuroid.
Yeah, probably. And I should say both in Portuguese and Spanish. It means life. That's a beautiful view.
So I think one of the questions is after we're done looking at this area, where are the other targets and where should we be looking? Because I do feel like we've moved further away from things that we
thought worthy or
thought might be, even thought that might be, and now we're sort of into a large rocky outcrop with
quite a bit of life.
Yeah, quite a bit of life.
Yeah, you're also in the center of the screen. We see these black corals, actually, We had seen a few earlier on, but I think actually here we're starting to have a lot more diversity and variety and density. Obviously, we also see now here some coral rubble made up of, yeah, that would be great, thank you. Formed by, yeah, the skeletal remains of some of these corals. Some of them seem to be already colonized by these zoanthids. It's actually quite colonized. Look at that. And all of this makes this 3D framework where a lot of small other species will live in. Yeah, different types of corals again. Again, this exactinelid sponge, and actually this one seems to have scale worm living in it.
Yeah, cool.
And we've seen actually in the previous dives of this expedition that there seems to be a pretty tight association between some of these scale worms and the glass sponges. So we did collect a few glass sponges in the previous dives, and frequently there was a pair of scale worms living inside of them. Oh, look at the brittle star. So we're having quite a number of drills today. Thank you. Thank you, pilot. And again, we see some of these coiled skeletons of something that we're not sure what it may have been, that have been colonized by these zoanthids. So we do see quite a number of them. So whatever was living here at the time has left a very good substrate for these zoanthids. Oh, this is very rough, very regular substrate now, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like limestone. And you can imagine, I don't know
all
about,
of these pocks.
Yeah, I don't know about
marks.
this particular limestone, but some of this was actually subaerially exposed at some point in time. So some of this may have been above sea level.
Okay.
At some point in time. I'm not entirely sure about this one, but it does have that very regular texture that you often see with limestone.
I think we have a fish there at the. I think it's a fish there, standing very vertically there on the water column. But it's very far away.
Nav, this is watch lead. All right, so Sam has come back, and we were just looking at the bathymetry map, and it does look like if we went to the west, that we should be able to follow along this ridge. I know we didn't really see it, it looked like in the sonar, but it looks like there's quite a bit of this ridge off to the west.
Oh, and we have there a very large Siderid urchin. In center view there.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems that the fish we're just looking at is some sort of swordfish, pes sable, Trichiurus lepturus. Michelle here in the chat room is... So that would be cutlass fish. Look at those very long spines there of this Sidaris urchin. And actually one that we've seen earlier on this dive that I said looked like it was colonized by some sort of sponge or something. No, those were actually, its spines were like that.
Oh, we did see one of those. You may have been doing your live interaction, but we actually saw one that was a dark purple and it had those inflated bladders.
Oh, I did not see that. That's a Formosoma, I think.
Yeah, it was very cool.
Yeah, those actually I know also from the Eastern Atlantic.
Okay.
Yeah, Eastern Tropical Atlantic, in fact. So that's very interesting to know that they also occur here.
So what we're going to do when the ship has had a chance to move and then the ROV will follow is that we're going to head off to the west. We're on a very long linear feature right now, and we're sort of kind of just to the east of it. So we're going to start moving to the west and seeing what we can see. I don't think we're going to see much difference in terms of the sedimentation rate, but maybe we will. But maybe we'll continue to see this great diversity.
Yeah. And Chris here in the chat room is actually very excited about that urchin we just saw. So it's a different species from what we've seen earlier, and it's Calosidaris micans. So possibly, another genus within the same family. And we're starting to see here actually quite a number of these black corals. If at some point actually we can also have a zoom in on those black fans that we're seeing. Sure. Yes, if we could, thank you. That would be great. Yeah, center. There's one to the right there, has some squat lobsters on it, but you can choose. Yeah.
That's good because then we can see the texture of the rocks as well.
Yeah.
So that's a black coral. I almost called it a black lobster.
Wow,
put it all together.
Actually.
Love the squat lobsters.
This
is really cool.
Yeah, this is very cool and rather unusual.
Why is it unusual?
Because you normally see like those central stem and you see then the polyps surrounding it. But here it looks like those are connected by some sort of a network.
Are you sure? Are you sure they're just not growing one in front of the other?
They look rather connected. Look at that.
Wow.
Doesn't it? Wow, look at that. And that's a happy squat lobster there.
Mm-hmm.
And Chris here in the chat room is also mentioning that they saw that sea urchin on a previous expedition munching on sponges. Yeah, we know about that, Chris. The urchins have been pretty nasty to the sponges. Look at that. Thank you. That's a beautiful image.
So the depth is about 610 meters right now.
Yeah, we see lots of these small celastrate corals, these hydrocorals. Those are the little white bushes that we're seeing spread out along these rocks. Yeah, the substrate here is very interesting. It looks almost like there are these tiles.
Yeah, it does.
Isn't it? Chris is saying that he sees sea turtles eating sponges, that nobody gets angry at them. I'm also not angry at the urchins, Chris, or the starfish. It's all good. It's all part of nature.
So now we're going to look to the west and see if we see this continuation of the ridge that we were on.
Can we sample?
What's
is that a ctenophore coming into view there?
We've seen a lot of ctenophores.
Yeah. Beautiful shimmering there, yeah. With the roll of cilia there. Look at that. What was it that we had well, probably not the same species. Look at that color.
Very pretty.
It's beautiful. Fireworks. Deep sea fireworks. Oh, wow.
That is amazing.
Really nice shot. So delicate. It's amazing how all of these organisms have adapted to live under such conditions, isn't it?
It really is.
That was a great shot, Violets. Thank you. It's gone right above us. Oh, that looks like a relatively large ridge now.
I don't know if I'd call it relatively large, but you know, it's
for the area.
A little deeper than what we've seen previously.
For the area.
And we are still, while we're admiring all of the sponges and ctenophores and corals, we're definitely still looking for some evidence of anthropomorphic debris.
Well, but not trash.
But not trash.
Right.
We don't want trash.
No.
Trash is what we find.
Some big blocks.
Yeah.
But it's places like this where I'm definitely straining my eyes to see if in any of these crevices things have been caught.
This looks like, again, one of these large, odd-shaped demo sponges here.
It's weird. It looks like the local slope just changed. So we'd been looking at rocks that were sort of basically flat, and now it looks like we're sort of looking at them on an angle. And everything here is manganese coated, so it's probably been around for a while, or at least hasn't had recent activity. So we're definitely on a fairly large rocky outcrop now. And you can definitely see the irregularities of the limestone on the top. Can we go down into that little valley to see what there is? Or will we not make our way back out? Oh, that's why we came from? Yeah, we circled all the way around. Excellent. Yep. Yes.
Yeah, we see a number here of large encrusting demo sponges also.
It's interesting, though, that nothing is very tall.
No, it's true. Yeah, except for some of those glass sponges that clearly rise from the surface of these rocks. Everything else, yeah. We're not seeing like these large whip corals or... It's very patchy, actually, the community here.
It's another very strong reflection in the sonar right now in front of us.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, it looks like the face that's looking at us is reflecting pretty brightly. And I don't know if that's just the geometry of the feature, if it's like a sheer wall, or if it's the reflectivity of it.
Yeah, I mean, because we're sort of heading over this, you know, more sedimented area.
And I do think that's playing to our disadvantage, the sedimentation rate around here.
So we can see another feature in our view. It's a little far away. It's a little blue, but it's probably another massive outcrop. But would anyone like to convince themselves it's part of a plane? I think it's a massive outcrop.
I would like to convince myself. I just don't think I can.
Hey, it looks like
a
whale.
Like a sperm whale.
That's what I was thinking. It looks like a whale.
I was thinking the same thing.
But they don't look like that when they're on the seafloor either.
No. The sperm whale rock.
I think what you're seeing is a little bit of layering in that front corner, but it's covered in sediment. So we're seeing what looks like a face. Yeah.
Doesn't it? Yeah. What is that? Oh, is that a can again?
Oh, I thought that was a sponge. That's a can?
I think that's a can. No, not a can. Maybe some sort of cup.
Looks like
it's or a bucket.
Oh.
Maybe it's even a bucket. It's actually quite far.
Oh, yeah. It's a bucket.
It's a bucket.
Things you shouldn't throw
no
overboard or
exactly
allow to escape you at the coast.
Oh.
Oops, sorry. Yeah.
It's quite long as well.
Yeah, very irregular. Or very regular.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it's just a block of carbonate that's probably fallen from somewhere, or it's in place and everything around it is sedimented.
Mm.
This area is seismically active, and you can get large blocks, falling down in a landslide during earthquakes, or if they're just simply unstable. But this may be in place, and the sediment may be around it. What is that? Yeah, the circular thing.
It looks like it's an opening there of the rock, making a little cave.
You're right.
I wonder if there's something living in it. Yeah, if we could, that would be great. It's quite hollow. Oops. I think there was some sort of worm. Yeah, there's actually quite a lot of sediment also in there. Look at that. Yeah. No, I was expecting to see some fish hiding there, but
maybe the sediment got to it first.
Yeah. There's some corals. Well, there's a little squat lobster on the ceiling there. And there's some of these solitary scleractinian corals. And some sponges, of course, but sponges are everywhere. So that's not a surprise anymore. Oh, thank you. And more
Is that a
of
tunicate
this.
in the bottom
I
left?
was
Or is it
thinking.
something different?
It's difficult to say. Could be. Could be one of those
This area is very
carnivorous
sedimented.
tunicates, yeah. Maybe another plastic bag there.
Yeah. So just moving from
Yeah.
hard return to hard return, we basically found a series of rocky outcrops.
Yeah, the bucket there coming into view. Yeah, that's probably again either some sort of fabric or plastic bag, I think.
Thank you. So little
It's an
sponges? Is it an urchin? No.
No, it doesn't look like. I'm not sure what it looks like.
I think it's a shell.
Is it a shell?
It's like an old gastropod shell that's weathered. I'm looking at the spiral.
I see what
yeah,
you're saying.
maybe, yeah.
So what are all the things on it? Like barnacles?
Well, there's some tube worms
like maybe
there,
oysters?
but yeah, it looks like more like
Tiny
oysters. Yeah.
living on a gastropod shell?
I wonder if this isn't something that was more coastal and it
Yeah.
floated out here and sank to the bottom. But I don't know. But those do look like oysters to me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It almost looked kind of like a moon snail shell to me.
Is this the other side of the whale rock?
The sperm whale rock?
Yeah.
Looks like it.
We're seeing some more of these ctenophores. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's
Is that a
again.
kite? I think it's a kite.
Is it a kite?
Yeah, kite and some
That
cans.
yeah, that went a bit further than what was expected. Yeah, some more cans. Quite a bit of trash here. Fabric. Yeah, we see here also some sea pans on the seafloor.
I feel like my eyes keep playing tricks on me.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a pretty large outcropping in front of us.
And now we have about, what, 2 hours, right, left for...
Yeah, give or take.
For our search.
We really haven't seen much in the way of debris in any of these rocks.
That could come from the aircraft.
No, I think the most, I don't know if exciting is the right word, but the one seat cushion I think was the closest that I felt.
Okay, I did not see that actually.
Mm-hmm. Or at least it looked like it might be a seat cushion.
Mm-hmm.
It's so hard to tell.
We're coming across another large feature here, large rock. We have here another one of those ctenophores that we've seen earlier. Wow, beautiful. Look at those colors. Amazing.
Those never cease to be beautiful.
Yeah. So they're actually not producing that light, they're just reflecting it from the light from the ROV. Through the beating of those rows of cilia. Look at that. Great detail there.
And so this whole block that we've been looking at does look quite weathered. It has a manganese crust on it. Mm-hmm. In some places you can see that right now coming into view. It has a very irregular surface. It is most likely sandstone. It could be another type of sedimentary rock that could be interbedded with it, but this area is known for having a very thick platform of carbonates. And in this area, regionally, obviously not the rock we're actually looking at here, but this very large carbonate platform is dipping towards the Puerto Rico Trench.
Okay.
Yeah, you can still see where some of these areas were more resistant than others, and sort of sticking out of the wall. It also may be indicative, it's very irregular in terms of shape. I don't know if any of these could have been subaerially exposed. They could have been above sea level. I have no idea. Mm-hmm. I think a good question is whether this is in place, attached to the seafloor, or whether it's has rolled down from somewhere else.
From somewhere. Yeah, because this is pretty much the slope of the island, right? Yep. This gives us actually a very good preview of at least some of the organisms that we might be coming across in our next dives.
Yeah, what the morphology of some of the geology will look like.
Yeah.
Very true. We're right about 610. We've been sort of in that same 10-meter depth range for a while.
Yeah. And so we've already seen a few different types of sponges, both Emma sponges and glass sponges. Few species of urchins, cedar reed urchins. Not so many corals. We've seen a bit of coral rubble, some scleractinians.
But unfortunately, what we haven't seen is an underwater cultural heritage site.
No.
Which is what we were doing this dive for. We had hoped to find some part of the Clipper Endeavour, which was an aircraft that went down in 1952 outside San Juan. And unfortunately, we haven't seen much evidence of that yet. We did see a few things that could have been evocative of being man-made, like a seat cushion, but but unfortunately, not much else.
Even though we have seen some trash across the seafloor, mostly soda cans or beer cans. Oh, I think this is again the pez sable.
The what?
The sable fish. Cutlass fish.
Certainly less biodiversity in this area, but there's still a lot of small things.
Yeah. And that looks actually like a large sponge there at a distance.
Some of these rocks actually look like they're not coated in manganese.
So they would be exposed carbonates, you think?
Yeah,
or?
But I don't know why you'd have one or two pieces that appear relatively fresh when the rest is so weathered.
Yeah, can we zoom in? Yeah. And we have actually another glass sponge there, also to the left. That might be worth having a look at.
Is that the thing that looks like it's fallen over?
Yeah, it looks like. It looks like one of those euplectellids that we've seen.
Yeah, but
it does really look
looks like
that.
it's fallen over.
Yeah, it is.
It's not very typical morphology of it.
So we just attached the wrong place. Only goes to show sometimes, you know, the structure of the substrate. It really limits what can grow there.
That's a strange-looking sponge.
Yeah, it's barely.
Kind of looks like a face.
I think it. I don't think that looks like a. Well.
I think it looks like a face.
Ugly face, then.
Wow. Mean, Joanna.
Yeah.
What kind of sponge is that?
Even I that love sponges would think that's not the most appealing sponge. Let's have a look at the surface, and if we can, to have a look at the top of the sponge, that would be great. Actually, we can see some antennae.
Shrimp.
So there's actually several shrimp, I think, also on top of it.
Making use of your habitat?
Yeah. So here at the base, what we can see is again these zoanthids. Yeah, it does have a rather bulgy external surface there, and I reckon that the top is going to be either a large opening or we will see several smaller openings on that top part of it. It does seem like it has a large central cavity. I am actually a little bit undecided between it being a tetractinellid sponge or a petrosite sponge, to be honest. External morphology is not like a very diagnostic character for many of the sponges. We actually need to look into the internal structure and the skeletal parts of it to be able to determine the species.
Mm-hmm.
And there to the left of it, there was also a scleractinian coral. It seemed a living coral. We see all of these smaller bushy corals that we see, the white ones branching on the seafloor. They are these hydrocorals, possibly within the family Stylasteridae. Oh, we're going to try to look at the sponge from above, it seems. We also saw some hydrozoans there on the fringing surface of the sponge. Yeah, if we could look into it from above, that would be great. Because obviously it has some inhabitants there. It sure does. Look at them.
That's a big shrimp.
Is it just one? Oh yeah, maybe it is just one. So one is on the inside and another one on the outside. Mm-hmm. So maybe the other one was kicked out.
That is a very large shrimp. Which I guess is okay because it's a fairly large sponge.
Yeah, and there's also a gastropod. There's a gastropod there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's actually also what seems to be a sea slug there on the inside.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. Look at that. It's beautiful. So you see, a sponge is never just a sponge.
I'm not sure I would use the word beautiful. I'm not going to lie. Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Okay, we've seen prettier sponges.
We have seen some prettier sponges.
We have been amazed by beautiful sponges before, right, Deb?
I think I might like the euplectellids best.
Yes, I know. They are very nice. And we're gonna look at that. A sponge, 2 shrimp, loads of zoanthids, a sea slug.
Provides a lot of habitat for other creatures.
Hydrozoan and... So it's an old habitat just there.
Yeah.
All in one shot.
It's amazing.
And there's brittle stars there also hanging on those hydrozoans. Look at that. Yes, I did. Thank you. Because that sponge there to the left, it's a glass sponge in the Euplectellid family. And it does seem that it's probably chosen not the best place to start growing on. So it's probably attached to coral rubble. And it seems that as it grew a little bit too large, it just tumbled.
But it's still alive.
It is. It is. So it's
still doing what it needs to do.
It's doing well.
Yeah.
Look at that. Yeah. And I really think that's what happened.
Yeah.
And this one is particularly interesting. I'm trying to see because it does look like a regadrella. And this is the sponge that normally has a pair of shrimps living inside. They move into the sponge, a small larvae, and then they just become too big to actually exit this glass network, as you can see there very clearly. So typically a pair of shrimps will be living inside of this sponge. There's actually an entire family. Oh, there, we can see them. Yes, we can see the shrimp. Those are the shrimp. We can see there.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, at least one is in there. There's actually an entire family of shrimp that are associated to these glass sponges, and I think that all except one of the genus in that family are not exclusively associated to glass sponges, which is very interesting. And you can see just the structure of this body wall, of the sponge body wall, is just amazing.
So,
it's like a lace, yeah.
Is the one on the left, is that a different sponge?
That's a different sponge.
Yeah, so that also happens to be co-located with this sponge.
Exactly. So the one to the left is probably in the family Phareidae. It's these tubular sponges. We've seen a few of them also earlier on this dive. So it's within the same class as this larger one, but totally different species and different group.
Yep. And actually, because we got this nice zoom in on your sponge, we also can look at the manganese coating on the rocks as well. You can see they're pretty dark.
Yeah. So it makes a very nice contrast.
Mm-hmm.
And I still couldn't quite figure out what are those tiny white dots.
They're not
spread. Not on that sponge. The smaller. We're talking now about the smaller sponge. I wonder if there's something living in association with it, but I can't quite figure out what that could be. It would be really small. There may be some sort of hydrozoan or.
Intriguing.
Thank you. So this is a good example that you should wisely the substrate where you're going to settle on.
Wisely choose your substrate.
Yeah, exactly.
I think there might be a person analog for that. Like not building
and
in
it's
a
very
floodplain.
interesting, and it's very interesting because this sponge in particular, it looks like Regadrella. If it's not the same species, then it's very similar to a species that we have in Northeast Atlantic, and that we've also saw on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge in previous dives.
Okay.
So that's a great observation because typically when we're doing studies on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge or on the Azores Plateau, we tend a lot to compare it with the fauna of the European margin. But truth is that we may be overlooking both phylogenetic relationships of the fauna we're finding there with the Western Atlantic. So this expedition, this part of the expedition actually gives us the opportunity to have a broader look at across the entire North Atlantic and not only looking at, at a wide latitudinal, longitudinal scale, but also looking into more tropical areas. And we know that the tropical Western Atlantic and the Caribbean Sea in particular are marine biodiversity hotspots. And that is both in shallow water as well as in land and possibly also then in the deep sea. So, and we don't know nearly as much about the sponge fauna or the deep sea coral fauna in the region as we know for perhaps other regions. So I think this gives us a very good opportunity to look at the North Atlantic as a whole.
And we're just continuing to move through, or I guess along this hard substrate, which is probably limestone. It's very irregular. It has some weathering. And we've, I think, been surprised by the amount of sponges we've seen, some corals. But we haven't seen those the tube anemones that we saw earlier in the dive as plentifully here as they were previously. We've also been very lucky to see a lot of pelagic creatures floating by. A lot of ctenophores today, some siphonophores as well. And it's getting even more sedimented as we head to this spot. Most of the rocks are almost entirely covered in sediment with just a few platy pieces poking out. And so as we continue to move through, we are actually coming up on what looks like another small ridge. Or maybe just a little bit more of the same. So it's gotten more heavily sedimented here, and you can kind of see the drop down in biodiversity that matches that extra sedimentation. And I think the thing I find really interesting about the limestone here is that it's such a large carbonate platform. So there are very thickly bedded layers of limestone here that can reach up to 2 kilometers thick off the coast of Puerto Rico. And off the northern coast, they dip towards the subduction zone, towards the trench. Pilots, can you zoom on that yellow thing to the right? If you can. So I don't know. I think we've seen this already on this dive. I don't know if any of the biologists in the chat room want to provide an identification. It's very nice, the golden yellow. Nice color. This one, its polyps appear retracted. Oh, hello, shrimp. Right in front of my face. What's interesting to me for this one is that there's nothing else living on it. There's no brittle stars. There's nothing that's trying to colonize it or use it as a platform to get a little higher in the water column. Oh, but you can see a piece that looks like it broke off to the bottom right. And it does look like the living tissue is the yellow, and perhaps that the white that's exposed on the bottom right-hand side is what happens when the living tissue is no longer on the coral skeleton. So I guess there's a little piece of the same off to the bottom left. So. I'm waiting for someone to come and tell me I'm wrong. Thank you so much, pilots. So we're just exploring around and looking at some of the biodiversity on these kind of irregular limestone outcrops. They are very sedimented, and so we're seeing fairly small amounts of fauna and not a huge amount of biodiversity. We did see some earlier.
I saw this has turned into quite the coral and sponge dive.
It has.
And a very fancy shrimp. Or 3.
Or many, yeah. Seen a lot. Lots of corals and sponges, but not in huge amounts of abundance except for that one outcrop.
This is fairly abundant. Not very diverse, but fairly abundant.
Oh, wow.
Whoa.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, shark.
Don't look at the black thing. Just look at the shark.
Can we chase the shark?
That's amazing. Oh, that is cool.
Wow.
Came in just at the right time, Casey.
Apparently so.
That was fantastic, though. Thank you. Beautiful. All because we wanted to look at what may or may not be a black coral. So that is a 6-gilled shark, and it's a male, according to Michelle Shearer, who is in our chat room.
Very cool.
Well, that was great.
Have you guys done kind of an overview for anyone that might just be joining us lately?
We did just a little bit ago, but we can certainly do it again. So this is it's been a very interesting dive so far. This was actually originally an underwater cultural heritage site dive. It still is, but unfortunately, we tried 2 targets at the beginning of our dive that we had been very hopeful from the high reflectance that we were seeing on the seafloor compared to the soft sediment around it might be the remains of the Clipper Endeavour, which was a Pan Am flight that left San Juan Airport in 1952, and unfortunately 2 of its engines failed almost immediately, and when it tried to return to the airport, it ended up having to ditch into heavy seas. And everyone aboard survived the initial crash into the water, but unfortunately, very few people were able to be rescued because at the time they didn't know where the life jackets were, they didn't know if there were life rafts aboard, and they didn't know how to get out of the aircraft.
Wow.
And this site that we had hoped to find is the reason that we have safety briefings today on planes. This is the reason why it says in the unlikely event of a water landing. And that's what I find really fascinating and what makes this to me of such historical significance. But also, it did result in a loss of life, and so one of the things we were hoping to do was identify where this site was because it could bring some closure to the families of the people who were involved. Unfortunately, our 2 targets that we were diving on originally, both of them were actually limestone outcrops. One had a wonderful aggregation of fish. And then since then, what we've been doing is just sort of moving through the area, looking at other areas of high reflectance that could have been an airplane, but instead are pretty much all limestone outcrops. We did see...
That's still very interesting to learn about this area.
Exactly. And we did see some anthropogenic evidence. A lot of it was trash, unfortunately. There were some things that perhaps one could convince themselves may have been a seat cushion or a piece of metal. But
things that were abnormal like things we don't see with sharp angles in nature, right?
Yes. But far more, in terms of the anthropogenic material that we've seen, far more of it was unfortunately just trash.
I always find that very interesting when you are out where we work and as deep as we work and you see trash, and it really does bring sort of a spotlight to the permanence of some of the practices that we have on land and how we have to be careful to take care of our environment and make sure that this trash doesn't end up in the ocean.
Yep. And we talked about, we are fairly close to shore, so of course some of this could be washed out from land, but it also could have been from previous ships, because up until somewhat recently it was pretty normal practice to throw some of your trash overboard with the expectation, well, it's the deep sea, you're never going to see it again.
There's nothing there.
Right.
I think that's probably one of the biggest misconceptions about the deep sea, is that there's nothing there.
Right.
That it's completely barren and it's void and you have no life down there. It's just empty. And that's just not true. You
Not
take
true
a
at
look
all.
at these ecosystems that we see, and they're beautiful. They're full of life. There's such diversity down here. It's such a unique habitat that we're able to explore. It really is just, people need to learn about it.
Completely agree, Casey.
So I'm just back and I see that I've missed a shark.
You missed a
So
shark.
You missed a shark.
It was great.
It was
no way.
It was so great.
I cannot leave the room for 5 minutes and you girls see a shark? And a blood nose 6 scale. Wow.
It's pretty big. I don't know that we got a size estimate on it, but it was fairly large.
Oh, and this is again this black coral that we've seen earlier on that looked rather unusual. Very bushy and
being guarded by a squat lobster.
Again, yeah. So the one we've seen earlier, one of them did not have the squat lobster, but another one had two of them. So, and actually, a blunt nose 6 gill shark was the first shark I saw in the first dive, actually, of an expedition I had earlier this year on the other side of the Atlantic, on the Sierra Leone rise.
Look at that squat lobster. Squat lobsters are my favorite. They're just adorable.
Every time I hear the word squat lobster, I think of the B-52 song,
Oh.
Rock Lobster. And my friends and I all sing to each other, Squat Lobster! Because we can't help ourselves.
I will not leave the room again. Art is just showing me the images of the 6 gill.
It was pretty
shark.
cool.
I'm not leaving the room again.
It's okay. I think I missed an octopus one time I went for lunch.
Oh, there. Oh, I saw it. I'm so happy now.
I saw it. We've already seen it, Joanna.
Look at that.
So is there anything
That's
else to say? So it's a 6-gilled shark. It's a male. What else can we say about it?
Well, I'm not sure. I think they just, they just dive around the globe pretty much. I think it's a very widely distributed species.
Looks like it's coming in for a landing.
Wow, look at that.
Oh, wow.
It's what, 2 meters, you think?
Yeah,
maybe?
I think so.
Maybe 2 meters.
Beautiful.
It is amazing.
So many people are afraid of sharks, but they're really just beautiful animals.
They really are. Wow.
Gorgeous.
Look at that. And a lot of these deep sea sharks actually are very slow growing and long-lived, with very late reproduction occurring, which makes them particularly vulnerable to bottom fisheries. And
so, Joanna,
I think the Greenland shark is the longest lived of those sharks. I think you can find specimens or individuals that have been swimming around the world's oceans for 400, 600
Wow.
years. It's amazing, yeah. They have relatively low metabolism. They they can just cover rather large expanses of the seafloor during their lifetime. You can imagine having 450 years to go around.
So have you guys dropped down to like come off of the escarpment and kind of looked at what's like along the exposed edge?
We have done a little bit of that, but we could certainly do more. What we were trying to do is just follow along this escarpment and see what we could see.
I didn't know if there was anything exposed that was interesting.
There hasn't been a lot that's been very exposed. Most of it's been covered in sediment. A lot of it has had a manganese crust on it, and it does appear to have sort of a karstic topography, a bumpy and irregular topography with some shallow depressions and holes.
Oh, there was something in Sirius's view that I didn't know what it was. Looked mildly either tuniformish or octopusish, just out of the corner of my eye.
Well, there's a fish right in the middle of the frame right now. Oh, it's another one of those beard fish. Polymyxia?
Polymyxia, yeah.
And so,
is that a type of goatfish?
I thought it was a beard fish.
No, I'm asking if that beardfish is a type of goatfish.
Oh, I don't know. We'll find out what the chat room says. But this one's interesting because the barbels that are, it looks like it's walking around, but really what it's doing is stirring up the sea surface to find food.
So sometimes in shallow waters, there are fish that are similar to this that use those little barbels to find their food, and you can actually, usually like in Hawaii, you can trace them to an octopus.
Oh.
You just kind of follow them, and you'll find an octopus if you follow them long enough.
Really? Why?
That's what they're looking for. They eat them.
Oh.
I don't think that's this one, but in shallower waters, there is a species that does eat little octopus.
That's very interesting. And so the temperature is around 10.2 degrees right now, and we're at a depth of 607 meters. And I will say that I think we've achieved a lot of objectives today in that we have explored some hard bottom habitats. We've seen a lot of biology in the area. We've gotten a good look at what the rocks are. Unfortunately, we weren't able to achieve our mission of finding much out about the Clipper Endeavour, which is too bad, but still a very exciting and intriguing dive where we're getting to characterize some of the diversity of the seafloor.
And so I was reading here now a little bit about this blunt nose 6-gill shark. So it seems that it can grow up to 6 meters in length. So that's a big shark.
But that was not the biggest shark we could have seen.
No. So that's probably just a third of the size, of maximum size that they can attain. And indeed, it's a very widely distributed species. It doesn't say much here about age or how old they can become.
So, Joanna, in general, though, so that we find that a lot of species that live in the deep sea are old, and they age very slowly, or they continue to live for a very long time. Yeah. Is there a reason for that?
That's actually a very good question. I don't think we really know why that is. Typically, some of these species have a relatively low metabolism to withstand the fact that there's not a great deal of food in the deep sea. But as to why they actually evolved to have such high longevities, it's a little bit unclear. But you're right about that. There are several also corals and sponges that can grow, for centuries or even millennia. There's some of these black corals are known to attain, some of them have been dated and to up to 3,000 years old, for instance. So, we have now in view again this zoanthids that we've been seeing
Is that colonizing an Iridogorgia skeleton?
That's what we've been thinking. You know, we haven't seen any of those Iridogorgias yet during the dive, but we've seen a lot of these zoanthids growing on this shape. You know, looks like they're on something that is coiling.
And it's a pretty diagnostic
Yeah,
coil.
exactly. So that's very interesting. But we've seen a lot of these like that now. So I think in an upcoming dive, and when we have the opportunity, we will probably sample one of these to figure out exactly
Look at the shell.
why they are. Oh, look at that.
Look at that shell.
Yeah, it has an hermit crab. Yeah, one is a scaphoid. This one, yeah. This one, oh no. It is an hermit crab, yes. Yeah.
It's a beautiful shell.
Yeah, it is.
Two beautiful shells.
I was saying that looked like a scaphoid, but it's not. It's actually also just a gastropod shell. The one to the top right. And so we're hearing from Michelle here in the chat room saying that the longevity for the 6-scale blunt-nosed shark is thought to be 80 years old. So actually not very different from human longevity. Oh, look at that. Looks like it's drumming. Yeah, now coming towards an area again with a lot of more sediment here. Ken, perhaps this is might be a good time to make another short summary in Spanish for those that are joining us from Puerto Rico. Muy buenas tardes a quien nos acompaña desde Puerto Rico. Estamos aquí con la NOAA Ocean Exploration a bordo del navío Okeanos Explorer y con el vehículo remotamente operado o ROV Deep Discover. Hoy el día, pues la exploración estaba dedicada a buscar un avión, el Clipper Endeavour, que se había despeñado aquí a lo largo de San Juan en 1952. Hemos explorado 4 puntos de interés que demostraban unas anomalías en los mapas de sonar hechos y donde esperábamos encontrar pues el avión o algo que nos indicara la presencia del avión, pero desafortunadamente no hemos podido encontrarlo. Por lo que estamos ahora haciendo pues una caracterización más de la parte geológica y biológica de la área. Hemos visto hasta ahora varias especies de peces, incluso especies comerciales que son importantes, claro, para las pesquerías y la economía de los pescadores aquí de Puerto Rico. Hemos también encontrado una variedad ya de corales, de escleractinios y de esponjas. Tenemos esponjas y esponjas de vidrio. Hemos visto justo hace unos minutos un tiburón de profundidad, el Blunt Nose Six-Gill Shark. Y bueno, y hemos visto ya una variedad de estructuras también geomorfológicas durante esta exploración. Pues infelizmente no hemos podido encontrar lo que veníamos procurando, pero pues es así es la exploración de mar profundo. De cualquier forma, los datos y la información y las imágenes que hemos recogido serán seguramente muy relevantes para muchos aspectos, tanto científicos como de políticas públicas de conservación de biodiversidad aquí en esta área. Y muchas gracias por acompañarnos. Seguiremos este mergullo esta exploración por creo que 1 hora y algo más, y volveremos luego mañana otra vez. Gracias por acompañarnos.
What is this in the top right? Thank you.
Is that again some sort of...
Looks like maybe a plastic bag.
Yeah, it looks like a plastic bag entangled in a coral.
Yeah.
But we have your forearm star.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, so it probably...
Lost an arm, right?
It probably lost one.
Ooh, it's weird how strange they look when they're missing one arm.
It's true. Yeah. Looks like an headless star, right?
Yeah,
it's just odd.
Odd.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah. And we don't see actually signs sometimes when they lose one of these arms, they are able to actually regenerate it. Mm-hmm. But we're not seeing actually here any signs of that.
No.
Which is interesting. I wonder if they bring luck. A four-armed star.
Four-armed star? Oh, like a four-leaf clover?
Exactly. Yes, if we could zoom in.
It doesn't stop him from looking healthy.
Yeah, no, it looks perfectly healthy. Yeah, and this is again one of these sponges that we've seen earlier. It's likely in the family Phareida or Euretidae. And just like the previous ones, it also has like these very bright white dots, which we haven't yet been able to fully characterize. Oh, hi, Chris.
Hello there. I just thought I would call in and comment on your lovely four-rayed Ophidiasterid there, just before you get onto your sponge. So that is a Ophidiaster. That's characterized by having 8 rows of papula along each arm. So that's the Ophidiasteridae, which is the same group that you have some of the famous regenerating sea star members. So if you've ever heard of like a comet sea star like Lynkia, those can actually regenerate their entire body from like a fragment of the disc. And so this one's probably lost an arm, but it is not unheard of for some of them to just have 4 rays, just variably. And you know, a lot of the things that I've been seeing are kind of reminiscent of sunken reef type faunas, because things like Ophidiaster tend to be found in shallow water. You know, they're really common in sort of reef sub-mesophotic type areas. And so 500 is a lower limit. And, you know, when you see things like that here, they're usually thought to be related to the shallow water species. So I've seen some of these animals feed on sponges before. Sorry. But yeah, so like this one, if we were to look at the underside, we would sort of try to look at whether or not it actually had 5 tube foot grooves going away from the central mouth. But I'd say there's a pretty good chance here, considering that I don't see. You see how there's a line coming down each arm?
Yeah.
That sort of, I know there almost seems like a mental desire to draw a line towards that space in the upper left-hand corner.
Yeah.
I don't think there is one there. That's just the madreporite, the sieve plate. And so that means that this is probably like I wouldn't even call it an abnormality, but just a developmental variation.
Okay.
Because you do find them sometimes with just 4 rays. So very interesting in any case. And there's a lot of interesting stuff that we've been seeing. So, I mean, this has been for a dive that I was expecting to see mostly archaeological observations, which is important. This has been quite a nice dive for echinoderms. So
Excellent.
I'm quite happy with it. Lots of sea urchins. We saw that Remaster earlier today. We saw, and I apologize also, that Ophiomitra is Valida, not Vita. I think I just got it into my head.
Vita.
Oh, and
okay.
up on the
Actually,
upper left there.
I think we're seeing, is
Sorry.
that one of those
next time
crinoids?
But before we go, there's a holopus right there. There's a crinoid, their little green thing that looks like a hand to the left. Do you see it?
I think it's off screen right now for us here.
Yeah.
No,
well, anyway,
it's bottom
there's
off
a little
screen.
stock crinoid. But yeah. Anyway, that was a stock crinoid, which has got a short stock, and
we're
that's
gonna
cool too.
go back to it, Chris. I think. Yeah, right in the center.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, and there's
below that. Yeah, below that large brittle star. Yeah, that thing that looks like a hand. Yes, exactly.
Is it a brittle star or is it just a bunch of rope?
It's moving.
Oh my! What's that? Oh dear.
Echinoderm bonanza, Chris.
I'm kind of torn as to which one to look at now. I don't. You mean well? Okay, so the reason that I wanted to look at so there's that little green thing that's at the bottom that looks like okay. So there's a brittle star, which is
huge.
I'm kind of, is that Ophiomitra? Wow, what is that? Okay, so I think this is a puffy Ophiomitra. I was literally just talking about it. I think this is a puffy Ophiomitra. There might be one other species in this area. I'm not sure, because I think there's another one from this region called Robusta. But this could also just be a variation on Ophiomitra valida, which is the species that I had originally miscalled. What do I call it? Vita.
Yeah, Vita.
Vita. But the disc is really inflated, and I'm not seeing the spination. So this might be another brittle star altogether.
It's quite large as well. Very long arms.
Ophiomitra. Yeah. Yeah, and it's not associated with coral, which is what Ophiomitra was. That is really spectacular. I kind of okay, and then this is a. I think there's another name for it now, but this is holopus or a holopodid. This is a stocked crinoid. This is a really weird little thing because people thought they're still not entirely sure how it feeds, but people have argued that this feeds by. So basically, each one of these they're arms apparently, and so they're the equivalent of the feeding arms in feather stars. And except that they're these big, kind of archaic finger-like structures, and people have argued that they use these big finger-like tentacles or arms to capture food when it comes by. Like as in fish or other kinds of small prey. How it does that, because it doesn't seem to move quickly, I am unsure of. If that's even true, that's been speculation since. A lot of these are collected without the benefit of in situ observations, without the benefit of seeing them alive. And so seeing how they live is a delight, but also clarifies a lot of their basic biology. But we've been seeing these all throughout the dive today, and they're just tucked away on these hard substrates. And I'm not sure, but I think these are also seen in the fossil record. So
that's what I was thinking.
That's why they have this really kind of, I mean, more so than the stocked crinoids are in the Paleozoic, but there is just something very strangely old looking about those, and I think a lot of people hone in on them. But
yeah, they almost look like this
really,
bionic fist.
Yeah, well, you took the words right out of my mouth. I mean, the first time I held one of those, it's so surreal because they look like they're made out of ceramic. I mean, they feel like they're made out of like smooth ceramic, and and so they don't feel like animals at all.
No,
it's really interesting. So and how they move, like if they're even capable of really active movement is unclear, because echinoderms have that sort of interesting catch connective tissue which allows them to move suddenly if they want. They just unlock and lock the connective tissue. But no one's, I don't think, ever actually seen one of these holopus things actually like capturing active prey. But then we assumed that brittle stars couldn't capture prey until we did. So, so it's hard to say. Anyway, we're looking at a fish now. So, meh. Okay.
Great.
Thanks so much for allowing me to look at all that echinoderm love.
Great. Thank you, Chris. That was awesome.
Yeah. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye.
So yeah, it seems this has been also a bit of an echinoderm bonanza for curious. It was very interesting also what he was saying about this Ophidiaster. It's the four-armed star. Because we do have also a species, an Ophidiaster species on the Northeast Atlantic, and particularly in the Azores where we came from, but in much shallower water, and that's Ophidiaster ophidianus. It's a bright red starfish. We typically see it with 5 arms. But as Chris was saying, it's we only find it normally in the Azores in much shallower water.
So yeah, this looks like a plastic bag wrapped around this coral.
Yeah. And the coral doesn't seem to be doing particularly well, actually.
I was going to ask you because it's brown, and I didn't know if.
Yeah, it seems it's still
that's the living tissue, right?
Yeah, but it still seems like there is some live polyps there. But this coloration is not very usual.
Yeah.
So I wonder if there's something already covering it. Because it's much darker from in comparison to all others. So this looks like a dendrophyllid, scleractinian coral. Yeah, but the polyps look fine.
Could it just be a different color?
Yeah,
morph?
Maybe. This color is not usual. Typically, the ones we've been seeing earlier on are either bright yellow, bright orange, white. So this is an unusual color. And this Holopus crinoid reminds me also, remember Darth Vader that we saw?
The Darth Vader crinoid.
The Darth Vader crinoid that we saw on the Azores Plateau. They actually they both, I mean, they were different, but still both have this very strange, somehow ancient look to them.
So that's a sea urchin test,
right? Exactly.
But
so without the
spines are right there. So that does look like perhaps
he has been predated on.
Yes. Someone spit out the dinner after they were done.
Very much. Very clean.
Wow.
It was a clean meal. And I think what we're seeing there is probably the oral face. So that's the anterior part, or the part that is in contact with the seafloor. So probably typically what fish do is that they flip them around, and because that's sort of a more let's say, vulnerable
and
place, then they just eat them from that oral part. Yeah, and Chris here is saying that's possibly also these Calocidaris micans. Only here is already just the remains of it. So we've seen that species earlier on in this dive. Still very impressed by that stocked crinoid. It really looked very strange.
It really did, I agree. But I also liked the one that was above it. It looked like the ophiuroid with the green center. I don't remember ever seeing that one before.
Yeah, that one, to me, just looked, the arms were extremely long.
Yes.
Again, and you're making a little bit of comparison to what we typically find in the northeast Atlantic, where we have also some species of Ophiothrix occurring in some mesophotic areas. They look somewhat like this one we've seen just now, only smaller, and they're red. Some of them have like these stripes all along the arms. And sometimes the disc also has some green coloration to it. Yeah, looks like some rags there.
Could we zoom in on it when we have a chance? Oh.
Oh.
That's cool. So that's a little cluster of fishing line in the right-hand side in the center. Well, it definitely looks like cloth.
Yeah, maybe like a sweater or something. It's hard to tell.
A towel?
Could be a towel. Looks hardy though. It could even be like a bag.
Yeah. Don't know. We can
so this is so this is the same sponge we've been.
All right, so we can just do
seeing,
a snap zoom and keep
yeah,
going.
sure. Oh, it seems like there's a shrimp. There's a shrimp living in it.
Oh, that's cool.
So it's really interesting to see that this association between these glass sponges and this shrimp is, you know, we're finding it all across the Atlantic.
Mm-hmm. And the rocks still have that same manganese coating.
We can see it. Look at that. Would be great if the shrimp would just come to the tip of one of these branches. Yeah, and why not? I mean, living inside a sponge, it's a great habitat.
Mm-hmm.
It's made of glass. There's not so many things predating on it, so seems like a great shelter. And mucus threads.
My favorite. There goes a shrimp.
Looks like there's something pinkish there to the right. Yeah. Sometimes it's color that really catches our eye. Oh, it's a crab. Oh, is it carrying a sponge? It's a carrier crab, is it? Yeah, it really looks like. Is it? Yeah, it is. Is it just hiding in it? No, it's carrying it. Definitely carrying it. So this is, yeah, so we've seen also, I'm not sure, I'm not sure, this looks
crab?
A little bit different.
It does
but
look different
yeah.
than the other ones we've seen.
Yeah, it does look different from the ones we've seen on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, but, so it might be a different species, different genus, but it's very interesting to see it also has this sort of back legs adapted to really carry something, and we think it usually carries either a sponge or a coral. Typically are these two main groups, and we think it just uses it as a camouflage and some sort of extra protection. And the sponge and the corals often don't seem to be bothered by it. They just continue living and, in the case of the sponge, filtering water. In the case of the coral, capturing particles from the water column. And that's fine. So it seems like some sort of association. Not sure about what are the benefits for the sponge or the coral in this particular case. Probably they can, take up some leftovers of the feeding of the crab.
Or at least they can be transported. So if they picked if by some chance they had picked a bad location to become sessile in, they could move.
Is this fishing line here? A large fishing line there. Yeah. Yeah, now we see some more of these Olopus stalked crinoids here. Actually, we've been seeing those earlier in the dive as well. We just didn't have the chance to zoom in on them earlier while we were looking for the Clipper Endeavor. Let's have a look. Not sure it's the same species, and this one doesn't seem to be carrying anything. No, I think this is different. I think this is a squat lobster. Yeah, this is different. Still very pretty, though. And you can see how it's there, capturing some food particles from the water current. That's a very cool shot. Thank you, pilots. And so I was looking here a little bit through the literature, and it seems that this Olopos crinoid, there are not a great deal of species, not many species actually within this genus. So I'm looking here actually at the description, well, made some years ago, back in 2008, of Olopos mikihe, here from the tropical Western Atlantic, from specimens collected off the Bahamas, I think. And at least back in 2008, there were only 6 species within this genus, so. And at approximately the same depth, roughly 700 meters depth.
Although right now we're at 605 meters depth.
Yeah. But I mean, for deep sea, that's not.
Oh, I know. I just wanted to mention
particularly
different.
Oh, that's a good question. I'm not sure. We may want to zoom in on that. Oh, it's curling up. So that's the crinoid. So that's the same crinoid.
Oh,
so
yeah.
it was, but it had, its arms open. Now it's pulling them back in. Oh, okay. So they are considerably longer. Look at that. Look at that.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and it's totally, look at that.
It's
Now it's
like a
retracting.
fist.
Yeah.
Looks like it's ready to punch someone. Look at that. And it's incredible, like all of these arms, they just fit one another once they are in that position. Just make sort of this shell.
A ball.
Like very close. Look at that. Wow. Look at that perfect match there.
Mm-hmm.
Like one of these. Yeah, exactly.
That is very, very cool.
Wow. And we've got there also an anemone to the left there. We'll have the opportunity actually to, now that we know what it is, to actually have a look at it when it has its arms open.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we have a discussion here going on in the chat room whether, it has closed the arms because of the light or maybe because of the motion, and we're not sure exactly. Yeah, and Chris here is saying in the chat also that the known species in this area is Olopus rangii. And Asako is mentioning actually another species, Yathidium, and that's the one we've seen on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Which had some similarities to this one, actually. So we have roughly 45 minutes till the end of this first dive of the second part of EX2206. We are now roughly at 605 meters depth on the slope northern Puerto Rico, just off San Juan. Is that one of those dory fish?
It does look like that.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps the red dory, this one. Really gracious.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we've seen, was it another can or?
Where?
I think we just passed. It's not. Again, maybe, yeah.
But this one right here is in our sights, so maybe we should look at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It almost looks like a piece of a barrel or something.
Yeah. There's a label actually on the. Yeah.
They had those in the 50s.
Pasteurized? Something pasteurized? Balls, yes.
What? Really?
Yes.
Where?
It's
I think
balls.
it is cheese balls.
I do love cheese balls.
Yeah.
Probably not the ones that have been hanging out here for a while, though. And then whatever's on the left, it looked like it might have been rusting.
Yeah.
It does.
Look at that. Little tiny escarpment. Nice biology on it. It's like a little tiny local high.
Yeah, definitely some scleractinian corals there at the top.
Oh, wow.
There's a big bit
Yeah,
of
could we
fabric
go
there.
Could we look at some of the things that are on the seafloor? Like, when you have time. Sure, why not? Let's take a look at the star.
There's actually quite a bit there.
Yeah, that's why the one top left, I think.
Yeah.
And there's also, in the center on the left. Oops.
Yeah.
Is that another crinoid?
What's hanging in front of this sea star?
No.
I don't know.
It's obscuring whether this is a
Yeah,
four-armed
it
sea star or...
It seems like it's a 5-arm.
It does, but doesn't one of the legs look very small?
And it actually looks like the same species we saw
Yeah,
with
does.
just 4 arms. Whatever is called in front of it might be what the zoanthids have been colonizing, but I can't quite make it what it is. Maybe the skeleton of some coral, golden coral maybe? Because it does seem like it has some shimmering. Yeah,
Yes.
the large one to the left there. Yeah, it's big. What is that?
Looks like there's kind of quite a bit of stuff down here.
Yeah. Yeah, and Chris here in the chat room is confirming that that was indeed like the same as Phidiaster, but now with the 5 arms. What is this? Just some plastic.
Yeah, like a tarp.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
That looks pretty new.
Yeah, it doesn't
like
look
look at how white the string is holding it.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't look like it's been here for a long time.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
And then there were some other pieces down in front of it, right? Or is it behind us now?
I think it may be behind us now.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so we're trying to document as much as we can, you know, even the debris that we're finding, just for the possibility that it could come from that aircraft.
I don't think that could have that. Far too modern looking.
No, exactly. But so far we haven't seen anything that's really looked like it. More cans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But some of them look much, much more weathered than
others. Yeah, it's true. Could also be just the composition. Oh, it's also a glass jar there. Yeah.
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 Yeah, there's lots of glass.
No.
So, we found anthropogenic debris. It's just not the anthropogenic debris we had hoped to find.
Yeah. And I'd say that these glass sponges are by far the most common megafauna that we're finding here, or benthic megafauna that we're finding here. It seems that we have here also, again, one of these Ophidiaster sea stars that we've seen earlier on. And at the top there, on the edge, looks like we have these Clarictinian corals. Maybe we can have a closer look at it.
Looks like a squat lobster up there in the
we have
corner.
a fish there also hiding underneath that coral. Actually, it's interesting because we have here 2 colonies of this coral, and I can't quite make it if they are actually the same species or not, because they do have quite different coloration. They do look like Clophilia, or should I say now Desmophyllum, actually. Oh, and to the right, that white branching, much finer branched coral is actually an hydrocoral. It reminds a bit of Corthelia that we've seen on the mid-Atlantic ridge, but I wonder. Ah, look at that.
It's beautiful.
It is.
Is there a shrimp in there too?
We're seeing it turn towards us. So typically we've been, most of them that we've been watching earlier, they were always facing the other side. But this one is not. It's actually facing us. So we can see all of the polyps here that are encased on these, carbonate, calcium carbonate cases. It's very nice. I'm not very familiar with coral fauna in this region, so I'm pretty much trying to, by comparison to things that we know from the Mid-Atlantic ridge or from the Northeast Atlantic in general, seeing if there are some similarities. And so we now have roughly 30 minutes of bottom time till the end of this dive. Oh, some more of the fishing line here. Yeah, this fishing line looks pretty much entangled here all around this block. Yeah, it's actually a very pretty view here with all of the different individuals of this glass sponge. Possibly in the family either Euretidae or Pharaidae. It's beautiful. Looks like cotton candy.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
I find it interesting that there's those like little ridges that look like they're manganese encoded on the top.
Yeah, on top. Yeah.
Yeah, but
right.
It's not necessarily everywhere. It's just these highest, sort of the highest relief on that. What's in the bottom center right now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or in the middle center right now.
No, there's just so We've been seeing quite a bit of debris, so we're always... what is that? Plastic?
Yeah,
some sort, like
doesn't look natural.
No tube, a filter of some sort.
Yeah, it almost looks like a filter. I was just gonna say. Definitely.
Yep.
There's something written actually on it as well, but we're not sure we can make it.
No, I don't think so.
No.
Oh, that shrimp is guarding it.
Oh, it says that? Yes, it does.
Wow.
Yeah. Look at that.
It's a cat.
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 Well, at least we know what direction it goes on.
Yeah.
An oil filter? Yeah.
Okay.
So unfortunately, although we found a few tantalizing clues that, like a seat, what looked like a seat cushion, we really didn't see enough to ever definitively state that we've seen any remains of any parts of the Clipper Endeavour, which was the aircraft we were looking for that had been downed in 1952. So instead, this has turned into a very interesting dive, looking at some of these isolated hard bottom areas off the northern coast of Puerto Rico.
Yeah, and a good sneak preview for the next dives.
This is the first of 8 planned dives in this segment of our expedition, having done 3 in the Azores and 1 on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge proper. And I think that we'll be seeing a lot more limestone and hopefully as much interesting biota as we've seen on this dive so far.
And possibly more.
It almost
looks something rusty here.
Yeah.
Is that a rock?
I don't know.
Very rusty.
Looks like it rusted in place.
Yeah.
I do not know what that is.
It looks like it's been down there for quite some time.
Yes.
Yeah. And we see some more of those gastropods with the hermit crabs inside there.
I don't know what this once was.
That could be anything.
Oh, and the tiniest ophiuroid there.
Clinging to that.
Yeah.
It is weird because it sort of drapes down and
Does.
narrows out, but it's not part of the rock. Oh, sorry, Sam.
That's why it almost looks like some sort of chain that
Oh,
is
I
just
see.
rusted together and fused.
Yeah. Yeah. Yuck.
But it's pretty indistinguishable, at least
Yeah.
to me.
really continue to be very intrigued about those coiled structures there with the zoanthids growing over them, because we have not seen any of those corals yet. Oh, and we see again one of these anemones that we've saw very early on the dive and didn't see them again then for a long time.
This area seems a bit more broken up. Also heavily sedimented.
Huh. There's again a can there. Oh, is that a...
Oh, how cute. Is that the roughy?
I believe
or
so.
Or is that something
Yeah,
different?
that looks like an Alfonsino, yes. Or maybe not. Yeah, I think it is one of those Alfonsino fish. Ooh, and this is again the one we've seen earlier on the dive.
The cutlass
that
fish?
was, yes, cutlass fish. Look at that.
That was very cool.
Looks like a spear.
Yep. A very long,
you can
very
see,
thin body.
and you can see the eyes there on the
on
the side of the body. Ooh.
Oh, that's an excellent shot.
It is. Look at that.
Those fish are so intriguing.
I wonder why they swim in the water column like that, on that vertical position. It's not a very common...
Oh, look, more bud.
I imagine they're just harder to pick out for animals swimming parallel to them.
Yeah. Ooh. There's actually another can there. Oh yeah, so we're hearing here from Michelle in the chat room saying that this is a hunting position for cutlass fishes.
Looks a little bit more rubbly than we've seen before. Those rocks don't all look like they're necessarily in place next to one another.
Yeah, it looks like some of these are actually much looser.
Which makes sense if they've fallen off of the top of that cliff
yeah.
and landed on the bottom.
And there is the Alfonsino fish hiding there on that crevice overhang of that rock.
That's the same one we just saw, though, right?
Yeah, I think so. It's another one back up here.
Some of these rocks are very rounded.
Mm. There's something shiny there. Oh, that's another can there.
Where? Oh,
there.
Yep, right there. You are
very,
right.
Very stuck there in that crevice.
Oh, what is that trace? Is that a trace fossil? Those little dots on the seafloor?
I couldn't quite see it. Looks some sort of burrow there, but just 4 dots. There is a deeper burrow there. Yeah, it's a shrimp living in there. Or it looks like. Oh no.
Is that an anemone?
Oh, there was an anemone there. It looked like there were the antennae of the shrimp coming off of that burrow.
It's hard to tell.
And if I'm not wrong, actually, this Alfonsino fish, Barix splendens, is the same that we find also in the Azores plateau and in various areas also of the mid-Atlantic ridge. So again, here some similarity between the fauna.
Oh, part of a bike?
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Looks like a,
Front
yeah.
of a big wheel?
Looks like one of these, what do you call it, like kids' bikes, these tricycles?
Yeah.
Lots of cans.
More cans.
You know, I just feel I have to remind those of you who are watching along, this is at 610 meters depth. So these are things that probably started out life on land and have made their way downslope. And it's really bad to see all of these things on the seafloor when you're looking for crabs instead.
And this one doesn't seem like it has been here also for a long time. And it's a bit more sediment, but still, it's not like heavily colonized, or maybe just the substrate is not ideal for.
Right. You know, it's nearly impossible to just do a deep sea cleanup. It's not like you're going to send the ROV down to pick up all of the trash. It's very so we tend to see it, but can't do much about it.
Biking in the deep.
On what would be a unicycle.
Having said that, I think those sponges that we're seeing now coming on top left screen are actually very interesting. So we could have a quick look at them. They are stalked. And they're also glass sponges, and I think these are in the genus Sympagella, which we hadn't seen before here. And again, it's another genus that we also find further north and further east. Both in the Azores Plateau, in the Mediterranean Sea, all the way up into the Arctic. Possibly different species, but still very interesting to see to find them here. I think the Caribbean species within this genus would be Sympagella nux, but I'll quickly check that. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that. Lollipop sponges.
Aptly named.
We can see there like a central body, which is this ovoid form, and they will have an apical oscule at the end, at the top of those orbs. That's actually a cool finding here. Yeah, so I just checked, and indeed that the Sympagella species that is known for this for the Caribbean Sea is Sympagella nux. So a species that was described a long time ago, 1870.
Wow.
By Oskar Schmidt. Yeah, that's a long time ago.
Yes. That is a long time ago.
So people are commenting here on in the chat room that perhaps the skeleton, those coiled, where those zoanthids are that are colonizing, might be the skeleton of Stichopathus black corals. So we had thought about that earlier on during the dive. However, we haven't found the black coral yet that would match that skeleton. So perhaps in the past some of these black corals occurred in this area. Oh, actually, I'm just saying that, and we're just seeing a Stichopathus on the screen. That coiled coral there, red coral that we're seeing on the left side of the image. So maybe we've just solved our mystery. Let's see if we find some more of those, and if we're in a good position, we can have a zoom on that. Pilots, can we zoom in on that brittle star there in the center? Thank you. Okay, again, one of these really, really spined armed brittle star. I think we still have Chris here with us in the chat room, so he may be able to tell us a bit more about it. Look at those spines. It's quite impressive. Yeah, and Chris is saying that he thinks this might be, this one is Ophioplinthaka. That's a mouthful, Chris.
Does it have a common name?
Ophioplinthaka. I like that name.
Ophioplinthaka.
And I wonder if that white coral that was up to the right of the can we have a look at that coiled red coral that we're seeing to the left, lower left? That might be the Stichopathus coral that we've been looking for. Yeah, that might very well be it. And if so, we would have solved our mystery of the zoanthids overgrowing some skeleton that we couldn't figure out exactly what it was. Yeah. This might very well be it. So I think this is the first living Stichopathus that we're seeing on this dive. So we've seen another species earlier on of black coral, so in the same group, but not Stichopathus. That's excellent. So Stichopathus presence has been confirmed. Oh, and we see there again the Olopus to the right. Yeah, we see again that Olopus crinoid. It still seems to have its arms open. Let's see what happens as we come closer.
Cool.
I actually don't think it is it the same species. Or it might be.
No,
It just
the
looks,
white one.
yeah, it just looks quite different.
No, I think.
But it is the same. Yeah, when it closes, it just looks very different. Yeah, look at that.
It's not cooperating with you. It's staying open.
Look at that.
Look at how one of its arms looks like it's been truncated.
Oh. At least now we see it with arms open. So it doesn't probably feel threatened yet.
Yeah, so it'd be interesting for Chris to find out whether this is the same as the white one that we just saw or the one before that.
Yeah.
Or whether these are
different ones.
Different.
Very nice. Great image. Thank you, pilots.
And so we're getting close to the end of this dive. I don't quite know exactly when,
close,
but
actually.
close to the end of the dive. And, I'll just remind everyone that we are on EX2206. This was one of a series of expeditions voyage to the ridge. We had some operational challenges, and that's led us to Puerto Rico, and we'll be doing 7 more dives around here. And this one was a dive on an underwater cultural heritage site, target. And while we weren't able to find the target itself, the Clipper Endeavour, we at least eliminated 2 possibilities where people thought it might have been. So there is certainly some value to doing that. And then we've had a delightful time looking at these hard bottom pieces of limestone that are proving a great place to find biology.
And here we have a salp, actually.
Oh, wow.
So this is a colonial tunica. Then it lives
held down by the zoanthid?
It is. So it lives in the water column, and you can see each one of those little dots, red dots that we see, is a zooid. So this is a colony,
cool.
And it will float around on the in the water, and it just seemed to have been caught by these. Zoanthid here.
That's fascinating.
It may take a while for it to get disentangled now.
Maybe we can blow some water at it.
I'm just actually very pleased that towards the end of the dive we were able to find a living Stichopathus and really get confirmation that that's what the zoanthids are growing over. Look at that.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh, no.
Oh, it seems to be
no,
feeding.
Leave the salp alone.
No, let it eat.
No.
It's hungry.
Salps are so cute.
Look at that. It is actually. I think it's feeding on it.
Oh, I think so. I think it's going to try.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Did it grab some of it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, he tried, yeah.
Or at least he tried, yeah.
How dare you? That salp was so nice looking.
He just wants some zooids. It's okay.
Hey.
Or maybe it's trying to help it getting loose again.
Oh, yeah. You think it's helping?
No, I don't think so, actually.
You want it to be able to, he wants it to be able to float as well?
It's beautiful. Yeah, that's also, this squat lobster is over that other black coral that we've seen earlier on this dive.
As far as geology goes, that's quite a lively rock.
It most certainly is. And so we've definitely seen, these rocks are probably limestone. They are very irregular surfaces. This one looks very, very weathered. And there's lots growing on it, so it's sort of hard to tell where the rock ends and the biology begins. Many of the ones we saw were fairly heavily sedimented as well, which isn't surprising because the reason that we had the targets to begin with was because it was sort of a bright, highly reflecting object on the seafloor compared to the soft sediment around it, which does not reflect as strongly. Now, unfortunately, those two targets that we looked at did appear to end up being rocky outcrops, but nonetheless, still very, very interesting. Pilots, thank you for such an amazing dive. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, this was great, even though we haven't found what we were looking for.
Well,
we did find quite a lot of diversity.
And if you don't try, you can't find it.
Exactly.
So we are at least willing to try, and maybe this time we don't find it, but perhaps someone else can try again, knowing where we have been.
Yeah, exactly.
And we eliminated possibilities, which I think is important. So hopefully next time we can focus on some of the other hard targets that we're seeing in the area.
Exactly. And actually, I just want to thank all of our shoreside scientists, the archaeologists and historians who were on earlier in the dive, and the biologists who have been on pretty much the whole time, helping out from the shoreside. It's been great.
And sharing a lot of information
Absolutely.
and knowledge, their knowledge on the biology and ecology of many of these species. So this is great. This is what this is all about.
And we've been very lucky to have a couple of people who work in Puerto Rico waters join us, especially on the fisheries side,
Definitely.
to provide some identifications of the things that we were seeing. This rock is full of life.
Yeah, it is. Another Stichopathus there. Look.
Another urchin.
Now we found it.
And a tiny fish.
It's a nice way to end the dive.
Hey, this is Russ Matthews from Airspace Heritage Foundation. I'm still with you. I stuck in for all the science as well, and just wanted to jump in and say, I mean, it's been an amazing experience. No joke. Last Thursday evening, I was running Google searches on search assets in the Puerto Rico and area and Caribbean and Florida, trying to figure out a way that we might get a chance to visit these sites. And so to be now, less than a week later, sitting at my same laptop in my study, watching live video from 500, 600 meters, beneath the ocean, off of San Juan is really thrilling, and it is a shame that we had to leave two of our best 4 targets on the table this expedition, but they proved to be within a marine protected area, which really must be respected. Given more lead time than we had coming up to this, I would imagine that it would be possible to arrange the necessary permissions, and there would be another opportunity to visit those other sites in the future. But for now, just wanted to say again, thank you to NOAA Ocean Exploration for the opportunity to participate in this. To the crew on the ship and in the science and in the control van, you guys have been amazing. To the people of Puerto Rico for hosting us in their territory and in their beautiful waters, and then finally to the citizens of the United States for making this possible, for funding NOAA and this incredible ship and crew. So it's been great. Thank you again, and we'll keep working on this, and we'll hope to work with you in the future.
Russ, we couldn't have said it better ourselves. Thank you so much. Thanks to you and Mike and to everyone else who helped with today's dive. We really appreciate it. And as people can tell, we are coming off the bottom now, so this concludes our Dive 5. But we really did have a wonderful time searching for the Clipper Endeavor.
Yeah, and I know I, for one, would love to be kept in the loop if any other assets are being deployed here. So it's been great working with you, Russ, and I'm sure that we'll work together again in the future. So thank you for everything.
Sounds great. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you all. And we'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks. Nice work, everyone.